And we are live. That feels great to say, considering 7 minutes ago I didn't know if we were even going to be able to stream today. This morning I was out in the garage working and I noticed that the internet was acting kind of funny. I thought that maybe it's just because of the distance away from the router. Then I came back inside, got everything set up about an hour and a half ago or so, and tried getting to the live streaming interface and couldn't do that. And after checking our modem and our router, saw that there's a huge outage here. Like, I'm in Idaho, in Nampa, and like the 4 neighboring cities all had it, and even a city in Oregon, which is about 45 minutes, give or take away, was saying that they were having issues this morning. So I wasn't sure if it was going to be back up. I originally was planning on pushing this back a little bit if needed, but I'm happy that as of right now, knock on wood, unless it goes down again, it seems like things are back to normal. So hopefully it'll be business as usual, which is exciting. Also, happy last day of May. It's almost June. It's May 31st today. How is everybody doing? Gary's in the house. Booty's here. Everything works again. I think so. I don't know. I'm keeping my fingers crossed, but I'm not sure. It was quite literally not working just 7 minutes ago. It was down. And then I came in here and was like, I'll try one last time, 3 minutes till, and it was working fine. So I don't know. Let's see, here in South America, South Africa internet used to suck, but last 2 years went from 4 to 400 megabit fiber. Nice, 1 outage in 2 years. That's great. What's up, Nick? Matt, Ajax, nice is here. What's going on? Mayhem, Jose, LSE, how's it going? I haven't seen you in a while, buddy. CB, Lisa, C Senor, what's going on? 1066, Lewis, TT, Del Mar. Did you finish the kit inventory? No. Between last week and today, I feel like I've been doing 1,000,001 things. I've been doing a lot of stuff in the garage, moving stuff around, testing a few different things. The main things I've done with the Voron 2.4, so we're continuing with the Voron 2.4 build. Last week, for anyone that missed it, we got the frame done, so it's square. It took quite a few attempts. We ended up using some clamps and clamping the extrusions down to the, I always want to say granite, quartz, the quartz plate or the quartz tabletop, and that made a huge difference. We were able to get rid of the wobble and things are looking nice and square. I also, so I did, after last week's stream, I did take all of these rails out. Basically, I just took some isopropyl alcohol and paper towels, wiped them down as best as I could, and then I used the syringe with our handy dandy grease like we normally do and filled the insides and kind of went back and forth. So the rails should all be good to go. I also, because today is we're doing the Z, like the Z rails, and there's basically 4 of the exact same thing. I did cheat and do 3 out of the 4, at least the heat inserts, so that way I don't have to do quite so many, because there's a ton. There is a ton of heat inserts, and I didn't want you guys watching me install heat inserts for, like half an hour. So I left 1 set, so we'll do that on stream, the heat inserts, so that way anyone that's watching after can see that, but I didn't feel that doing the same thing 4 times would teach anybody anything or be helpful, so we did go ahead and do that. Let's see, I can only stay for my lunch, no worries. Just got my 2.4 kit, so I'm building with you. Nice, congratulations. Been busy building up a new company and building up a 3D print farm. You will see it all soon. Nice, that's exciting. That's really exciting. Little one's doing awesome. He is getting bigger. We think he gained a few more pounds, so we want to re-weigh him. He doesn't have a doctor's appointment, I think, for another month and a half roughly, so I'm just gonna stand on the scale, zero it out, and then stand on the scale with him and see how much he weighs. But he was like 14 pounds last time we went to the doctor, and we think he's probably like 16-ish now. But he's doing great. He's growing a lot. He's making a lot more sounds. He's neck's getting stronger. I'm so excited to be able to. We got him this little sort of like a bouncy thing. Like I think most people that remember as kids, they have these like door frame things that you go inside and they're sort of on these springs and you jump on them. They help to build your leg strength. Well, I loved mine as a kid. I remember, maybe I don't remember it, but I feel like I remember it. And I wanted to get him just one of those, but Aaron found like a fancy one that doesn't require the door frame, and you just can kind of move it wherever you want, and it's got a bunch of like, it's like jungle themed with a bunch of stuff. And so we ordered that. I got a little bit overexcited and put him in there. And his feet, even on the lowest settings when I tried it, couldn't reach the floor, and the front of their toes need to be able to touch the floor, and they have to be able to fully support their head, and he was kind of still like doing the bobblehead thing. So he's getting there every day though. His head's getting a bit stronger and he's getting a little bit taller, but I'm excited. When he does get in that jungle bouncy thing, I will definitely take some photos and videos, because I'm probably a little bit too jazzed to see him jumping around in that thing. So, but yeah, he's getting really big. I did. Hey, what's up, Hobbit? It's a bummer, Nick. How's it going? I did do the looping off stream. I know that some might be sad, but yeah, sure. If, Aaron's gonna bring. Aaron's got baby Jack. I'll show him. Hi, Bubba. Hi. Everyone's asking about you. Yee. Let's see. Oh, I got the wrong. Oh no, that's the right camera. Here he is. So he's definitely getting bigger. He's doing much better with like supporting his head. I mean, if I hold his chest, he pretty much can just sort of just stand there. Who's that? Is that you? Is that you? He's like, there's a lot of lights in here, Dad. Huh? Can you say hi? Can you say hi? Yeah, he's awesome. He's a super happy baby, and he's been getting pretty vocal, huh? What do you think, kiddo? Huh? That's a 3D printer we're building in here. Huh? What do you think, Bubba? Huh? You say hi, everybody.
He's 14 pounds now.
Yeah, well, I said that we think he's probably more like 16, because he was like 14 almost 14 when we took him a couple weeks ago. Yeah, so I said we'll remeasure you and see how much weight you've got, but we're really excited to put him inside of his jumpy jungle jump set thing, right? Yeah. Yep. Right. Oh yeah, he's got Hawaiian roll thighs. He's got Hawaiian roll thighs, huh? He's got 40-year-old man farts. Yeah. he farts like everyone says hi to you.
Hello.
So, thank you for saying hi. I gotta get building while we have internet, Bubba. Huh? Yeah. Thank you. All right, Bubba. Hey. You take it off soon or no? You still a little while?
I'm gonna take off around 1:30. Start putting things in the car.
Okay.
Since I have to be there at 2:15 check-in time.
Sounds good. Thank you for bringing him.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you.
All right. Wish me luck. We're building. Thanks. So yeah, he's doing great. Yeah, he's got real chunky thighs. It's funny because when he was born, he was real small, and man, he plumped up quick. I love his big old Hawaiian roll legs. Alrighty, so that was slightly distracting. I love this age when they start really looking around. Yeah, he's very observant of things. It's pretty funny because sometimes he'll stare at me. We'll get building very soon here. Sometimes he stares at me a lot, but then there's other times where he like purposely ignores me. He'll be hanging out with his mom and I'll try to get his attention and he'll be looking this way, so I'll go this way and he'll look the other way and I'm like, dude, stop it. So anyways, continuing on with the things that I prepped. So we've got some of the heat inserts done, except for one set. We've got the rails prepared. We've got a square frame. Also, last week I had a few, thanks to Del Mar, he kept reminding me to check on the LDO guide as I'm building. And I don't know if the printed parts for the printed forward came with these, and it might have. I didn't see them, and they were quite small. So these little like panel mounts, I printed these out. It says we needed 8, I printed 10, so we've got a couple extra here. And then I also printed out this little spacer, which will be for the idlers, the motor idlers, so that way we can space them without having to measure every single one. That should be quite helpful. So let's see if we can make some good progress today. He's a teenager already. He's super curious. He's always been really observant. He's a very observant kid. I'm curious to hear everything he has to say. Sometimes very judgy eyes. I'm like, all right, I'm feeling judged by you, little guy. So I'm probably gonna need again reminders to check this. So the M5 okay, so we did, this is fine. So this is a good time to install the deck supports. And that was on page, it says between page 29 and 30, which we are sort of at. Let's do the rails. So let's get the linear rails all installed. And I looked, it looks like all the rails for the 2.4 are the same, with the exception of the X rail. That's the beefier one. So it should be, yeah, this must be X. These are the ones we need. Let's grab 4 of these ones. When I built my 2.4, I followed the manual, and I have had you and it had been installed, so I didn't put them in. Huh? Is the panel clips? Because I did a Control F like to search the regular guide for panel clips, like the word panel clip, and I didn't see them anywhere. So I wonder if it's something that LDO has added that's not in the standard 2.4 build. I don't actually know. Just be sure to check when installing gen rails because they're different for LDO. Okay, good to know. I did see that there was a mention of that. Alien says, do the bed last, don't install the manual tells you to. Yes, last week a few people told me that, basically that it's really heavy and not fun to have to keep flipping around. So we will not be installing the bed until way later on. Let's see, add the remaining Z. Okay, so let's go back up to here. Z. Okay, for these we are going to be using, it looks like M3 by 8 socket heads. So let's see if those are in here somewhere. M3 by 8. They're not, which must mean that they were too big of a bag. Let's see, M3 8 socket heads. Yep, so it's this big bag, and then we need the M3 T-nuts for 2020 extrusions. Bam. And what else? I'm assuming, is everyone recommending that we also do thread locker for all of these screws? We've been doing it pretty much for everything up till this point, so if that's still recommended, we will do that for these as well. Let's see, let's move this to the side. Sort of chaotic organization. Let's just push all this out of the way. Put you here, and okay. Yeah, I was very sad when I thought for a moment we weren't going to be able to stream today. I had done all this prep stuff and have been so excited about continuing this build, and all of a sudden there's no internet. I'm just like, no, if we have to wait one more week to continue, I'm going to be really bummed out. Let's see if I've got just some plastic in the trash we can use to pour this. Just pouring. I'm going to pour a little bit of the Loctite onto this plastic here so it doesn't soak in, and we can dip the screws in it if we need it. All the moving parts for sure doesn't hurt. Okay, grub screws is all I ever, yeah, grub screws is all I ever did prior to this, but we've like kind of been doing it, and so I'm not against it. It only takes a hair bit longer. Let's see, so it looks like every other is what we want as far as the T-nuts. The panel clips are the, oh, okay, so it is an LDO thing. you can, not required. Hey, what's up, Tunky? All the moving parts, only use thread locker on grub screws. Hey, Jack Black. Do not remove any rail stops till you need to add magnet zip ties. Yeah, I will not do that. Manual says to use it on the bolts that go into heat sets because Loctite and ABS don't agree with each other. Yeah, my first V0 build, I didn't know that there was an issue with Loctite and ABS, and it was the biggest, one of the biggest headaches I've had with any build, because I kept cracking the X carriage on the mini afterburner, and it wouldn't crack right away. It would take some time for the chemical reaction between the Loctite and the ABS. So usually it would be like a little bit later on, or after I've been printing for a day or two, all of a sudden there's like micro cracks forming. So yeah, I absolutely won't. Chat man, hiding the wires in the V0 electrical tape. I say nay. I've used electrical tape, but if it's visible, definitely not, because I just think electrical tape looks kind of janky. Check the placement of the screws on the rails. I know it's just to skip one every other screw, but you should be putting 2 screws at the top. LDO includes enough hardware. Oh, interesting. The carriage are designed to slide on the rail, dropping the carriage as you skipped over. What's recommendation on these rails? I feel like every other is typically plenty. So front to back, they need to be on the inside. So it looks like, so going on the inside here. And then we need a 3mm spacer. I wonder if, what do I have that's 3mm? I've got to have like some 3mm wood. Let's see. Oops. I would like to not have to measure 3mm and just have the ability to drop the rail onto something that's 3mm. Middle often has two together. Okay. I got an off-topic question for different folks. I don't want to GitHub necessarily back because where it's confusing. GitHub, yes, I can agree. Okay, this is definitely not 3mm. What is something that's 3mm that I'm not thinking of right now that I would have? I've got ply. Do I have like a 3mm? Ooh, I think this might do it. 2.55, 2.56. Okay, so this acrylic is not truly 3mm. Is this? Okay, 2.7. Okay, maybe we do just measure 3mm, but I feel like it'd be better to just to have the exact height. Let me try one last thing here. Okay, we're gonna do this. So this is the front door to my V0. My tripod fell after last week's stream. Took out the door. It cracked these printed parts, which is no problem. I can reprint, but it really scratched the acrylic. So I laser cut a replacement one. This is just scrap. So we'll use this. It's 2.91, which I think is close enough. I mean, 0.1 of a millimeter off. As long as we're equal, I don't see that being that big of a deal. So we'll do that. Allen key. Everyone's saying Allen key. You can use. Wait, the spacer has a 3mm. Hey, Gary, thank you very much for the gift of membership. Jason, it looks like you got the membership. Use the printed part that goes there. I didn't realize that spacer. Is that really? Is that 3mm? All right, let's measure. Okay, that's 1 mil. So that's 3. The spacer, the thing that they have you print out is 3.25, 3.1, 3.2. So it's not any closer. It's actually over. We'll use this little acrylic panel. I think this acrylic panel is fine. I would make it 3. Okay, so we're saying it should be. When you laser cut your clear acrylic, do you use a diode or CO2? CO2, Luke. I don't know that you can cut clear acrylic with a diode laser. I've never seen it done really successfully. It's dark, like black acrylic, absolutely. Okay, so maybe this guy can just slot. No, that doesn't work. Okay, we'll use this little spacer thing. It's 3.2mm then. It's so the belt cover can go on. Gotcha. Yeah, M3 screw would work, but it's also, yeah, I guess if I had a long enough one. Okay, anyways, let's continue here. So we are going to be using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so 10 screws per rail. So let's just start dropping these in. Let's start with. Thought they had a spot for the rail spacer. Sorry. No worries. If it's okay, if someone's saying that it's just for a cover and a little bit larger is bigger, then I can do 3.2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, let's just drop these in. Oops. Okay, so fail. Chat overlay is off. Oh, interesting. I think I just need to, 1 second. I can get the chat working. No, it's on autofocus. That should work. 1 second. Let me see if I can get chat fixed. Usually it just needs a refresh. LDO says do not use screws on the first and last rail holes. Why? Is that in the refresh? That's weird to me. Is that in the manual? Deck panel, din rails. I don't see anything advisable. Due to the tight tolerance of the extrusions and multi-lines, it's advisable either fit. I don't see anything about that. It's on the OBS view. Wait, can you guys not see? Oh, for the X rail, okay. Can you guys, hey, what's up, DJ? Oh, just a question. Do you have your mic and OBS set not to mono? I just heard the second part of your deep breath just on the right ear and the first part on the left. It's noise gate, which is funky. OBS set not to mono. I don't actually know. Let me see here. Let's see. Advanced audio properties. Okay, that's not it. Advanced audio properties. It is set to... It is not set to mono. Wait. Rode wireless go active. It doesn't look like it's set to mono. Do we want it on mono? I can switch it. I don't know. Okay, it's on mono now. Let me know if this sounds better. All right, let me know. It's on mono now, so hopefully that sounds different. Might be useful to lay the frame on its front back to make it easier to install the nuts and rails. Use gravity advantage. That's a good point, Luke. I'm looking to buying a second printer. I'm thinking of the install source. Okay, let me get a few of these nuts in. Otherwise, I'll probably not make much progress here. Let's see. Is chat still not visible on the stream? It looks like it is from my point of view, but I don't know. What is happening here? Okay. It's been an adventurous morning. Are you coming to Murph next year? I don't know what I'm going to next year, but I'm definitely going to at least one of the Rep Fest next year. This year I basically ruled out, man, I don't like the way this looks on the camera at all. I basically ruled out this year just because of Jack and family. And then this next year, the only big thing that's hopefully happening is the goal is to purchase a house. And part of that just depends on the economy and life. So that would be the only thing that I don't know when that would be happening based off of, you know, when the right house comes along and when finances align and all that stuff. But yes, I will be going to something next year. I just don't know what yet. Fabrico has mentioned for a while if there was a Rep Fest that they would love to basically sponsor the trip. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I told him, or told Fabrico probably a couple weeks ago, that we would chat towards the end of this year and try to map out what would make sense for next year. So yeah, I definitely will be going to something. There's also a helper to put them on. Oh, cool. That's nice. Okay, chat is visible. Everything's okay. Everything is fine, I think. DJ, does the audio sound any better to you? It's been not mono since the beginning of time on the stream, I think. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2 more, 9, 10. Okay, so we are going to get our piece of plastic and we're gonna spray some Loctite. Sound is okay. Awesome. Everything looks and sounds fine on my end. Great. Notice the T-nut change direction half. Wait, what? Notice the T-nuts change direction halfway up. Oh snap. Why? I don't see why that would matter, the direction of the T-nuts. I could see if they were closer together that maybe they could bump, but since we're doing every other, the only one that could potentially be a problem would be the middle one since we're doing 2, but I still think there's enough distance. Dropping the carriage, likely the carriage is designed to slide in. I don't see why there'd be an issue. You can change the last one. Oh, gotcha. It's so that it doesn't protrude. Okay, yeah. I can swap just one of them around then. That makes sense, so that way it doesn't stick out the end of the rail. I don't think I really mind that much, but I get what you're saying. And there have been times where I've looked at it and been like, oh, it sticks out. Come on. There we go. And then Luke had I saw another tip is to use your 3mm driver as a 3mm spacer for the bottom. Oh, that's also a good idea. You doing any mods? I'm not doing any mods other than what's like included in the LDO kit. So Clicky will be doing the Nevermore, the Clipper screen, and then afterwards, like once the build's done and I've done a video on it on the main channel, then we'll do CAN bus and we'll do probably tap. That's all I really have right now. As long as the last one is reversed, you can change the last one. I don't think the direction matters. Doesn't matter. End holes could have them sticking out invisible. Orientation matters for OCD. Yeah, it would bug me if it was visible, like if I knew. But once it's hidden, I'll be fine with it. Okay, so let's put the rail over here and just do like a rough alignment. Can slide them around. I'm gonna loosely place all the screws. Let's see. This isn't definitely not perfectly aligned. Okay, I think those are the middle two. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so let's get our screws. I would skip up personally and go straight to tap. I'm torn. So I've basically always done, whenever I build a kit, I build it completely stock. Unless there's like an issue, right? Like if there's an issue that I have to fix, then we can change things up. Just so that way I can sort of see what exactly the kit is like, how well it all works together. I definitely understand the, like wanting to go just to tap. But because, that's probably enough right now. Because I'm going to be doing the video sort of covering the experience and everything that comes with it, I don't know that I want to skip straight to tap. I think I'm just going to build it as is and then go there. That's true. Yeah, stock is inductive. I mean stock kit. You need to do higher than 3mm. You need to be able to slide a Z-belt cover beyond the Z-axis. Someone else did that too. We're going to do 3.2mm. I mean, it calls for 3mm. Leave a gap between the printer frame. And we're going to use the little included spacer, which we measured, and it's 3.2mm, this guy to the top. So it'll give us maybe a little bit more. Yeah, I like to do the kit review. Oh, crap. Did I leave? I think some of my Fabrico drivers are in the garage. It's okay. We've got other drivers. What is going on? Oh wow, this is a bad bolt. That's interesting. Yeah, the head doesn't go. Huh, that's a first for me. I don't know. Let's see. Check that out. So this is a proper one. It's way too shallow. You can't get. I thought I was grabbing the wrong driver over and over again, but no, it's just bad screw. So hopefully we don't have too many of those. But yeah, a lot of times we get questions about certain kits, so I find it valuable to have that information. Like same thing goes for the Cyborg kit. We built it exactly as the kit is. I did swap some things because I was running into issues that ended up being related to the extruder gear. Then I swapped back, so it's basically stock now. What is going on? All right, now I'm at a loss. Is it me? No, there we go. Built in stock makes sense for the review video. Yeah. Because there are going to be people that want to just buy the LDO kit, at least initially, without planning to do additional mods to it, and then they'll realize that it's a Voron, and once you've built one, you're probably going to want to do all sorts of stuff to it because it's a big part of the fun. Okay, let's just see if we can loosely get these guys in. All right. It's going to be a lot of screws and rails today. Make it a little bit wider, maybe. Goal is to keep the Loctite off my fingers and just have it go where it needs to go. Can I do it? I don't know. It happens at a couple bolts like that and a couple heat inserts that were clogged. Oh, interesting. The heat inserts have been fine so far. Yeah, I don't know that I've probably had bad socket heads before, but I don't recall. I had similar issues with the LDO kit. Some T-nuts had problems, was a pain while mounting the rails, could not tighten them. Might want to check them before trying to tighten them down. Ooh. I'm gonna just go for it and hope that I don't regret it. I do know that when I built the V0, I don't think it was the LDO V0, I think it was the self-source one. There was a handful of the, are they M2? No, they're M3 screws, right? On the rail. Yeah, they were M3 screws on the rail, I think. But yeah, I had some issues with bad nuts on the V0 rails, and that sucked. It was such a pain in the butt. So I'm hoping it won't be the case here. We get to screw. Yes. Yes, we do. Yeah, it was weird. So the Cyborg V0.2 was fine, and then all of a sudden having some weird issues. And I thought, because I'd heard things about the hot end or the fans, that it was related to an issue with the hot end, or maybe it was heat creep. And then I was like, okay, maybe it's the spool path, because on stream when we were printing, we had an issue with the spool path. Nope, it ended up being none of those things. After I tried changing all those things, it was much simpler than that. It was just that the extruder gear for the mini afterburner was incorrect. It, I can show it actually. Ugh. So the issue, which I didn't realize until after I took it out and compared it to other BMG gears, was, so this is the one that came with the Cyborg. This bump right here, this little protruding part of the gear, is way too far out. And so it causes force. So I have a bunch of gears here. I went a little bit crazy and ordered a bunch of genuine ones. Let's see if I can grab one, because I think this is interesting. And we're all here because we like interesting things. So Cyborg has already corrected this. They switched over to the Palm FISEC version of it, but my kit was before that. So yeah, the geometry is not correct. So this is the one that it included, again, and this is what a correct one looks like. So I don't know how you can see that. It looks like it shows up quite well. But yeah, this bump right here made it where the gear was never able to be centered, which we kind of saw when we were building it. But what happened was, as they got put together, it was causing unnecessary force on the gear system. So it was causing what appeared to me to be clogs. Like it started off printing okay at times, and other times it would under extrude, then it would fully what looked like a clog, but it was all related to the gear. And then even on this side, the geometry was incorrect. So this is how it looks here, and then this is how the actual one looks, way wider. So again, it's not an issue for anybody. Pretty much it sounds like right after I got my kit, they sort of swapped that out, but boy, was that a huge pain, big pain in the butt trying to figure out what the heck was going on. And it was, again, just related to that gear. So yeah, it's revised now, and they're using the much fancier FISEC gears. But yeah, it's boy, quite a few days of just head scratching and trying different things, getting a little bit frustrated and being like, all right, well, it's not that. I just really didn't think it was the extruder. Even looking at it, I didn't think it was the extruder. It wasn't until I took it off and visibly, you know, grabbed a different gear just to look at it and was like, oh, that's way different than, it's way different, so. I'm not getting the peeing contest with you guys. I built it last week and the new geometry and stops. Don't let them touch now. Oh, yeah, they fixed it, right, Phil? Hey, thank you very much, Phil, for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's see, William, Ajax, BBs, Chikaro, and Ron. Thank you very much, PF. Alien also said that we hit 2,500 people in the Discord, which is bonkers. So thank you, everybody. It's nuts. I still remember when we crossed like 100 and then 500. It didn't feel like that long ago. So that's it's absolutely wild. If you're not in there, it's in the description and lots of cool stuff. Like great place to get help, and then also just a lot of cool projects being shown off and a great way to find things to spend my money on. Even me, there's a lot of times where I'm looking in there, I'm like, okay, that looks cool, I need it. Okay, let's see if this one... Okay, so all of these screws are in. So let's go ahead. I'm going to tighten them one at a time because I just want to make sure that the Loctite doesn't lock, although it seems like based off of everything, we probably have plenty of time, but let's just do these one rail at a time. So we're going to use our little alignment jigs to make sure it's centered. Got one there and one there. Then we have got, oh, these are kind of loose. These are very loose, actually. Huh, it's okay, we'll drop it onto the block like that. And then we're gonna use our spacer. Tighten from center out. Okay, I've definitely never done that before, but we can do that. Let's see, so we will drop this down roughly right here, which is our 3.2 millimeter gap. I wish these were a little bit tighter, but that's okay. Okay, all right. Kind of just loosely, just going loose for right now, or light tight, and then we'll go a little bit tighter. Use 3mm alignment jigs. A lot of people have been saying, use masking tape to hold the center places, yeah. A lot of people have been saying that 3mm isn't quite enough for the covers that are going on. So the thing that I dropped it onto is exactly 3.2mm, so hopefully that's fine. Okay, let's tighten this fully now. Oh, there's actually one more. Okay, now we will tighten them. Actually tighten them. It's so cool. You're building a larger Micron. If anyone hasn't seen it, I don't know if, did you do a build log, Aaron, for the Micron or no? If not, though, he posted the finished Micron a couple days ago in the live stream channel, and it looks sweet. What yellow is that you used? It's kind of like an off, I don't really know how to describe it. It's kind of like an off yellow. All right, let's go really quick one last time. Make sure I didn't miss anything. There's definitely been times where I've gone back to a rail and I'm like, oh, that's completely loose. I must have gotten distracted midway through tightening. That doesn't sound like me at all. Okay, cool. So that rail is done. So I think we just basically rinse and repeat what we just did, but 3 more times. So let's verify that's the case. Careful not to lose your rails. Yes. Yeah, so we're just gonna rinse and repeat. So we I'll try to power through things that are super repetitive for the sake of everybody until I get distracted, and then I look like a liar for taking my sweet time. Let's see. Okay, so we needed 10 of those, and we'll do them like the guide shows for the rest of them, where it's five facing in each direction. Hey, what's up, Dan? If you're going to Murph, you need to go build one of the drag racers at design. There's a lot of prizes. You mean for next year? They've already talked about it for next year? I need to start a K3 build log in your Discord, made some progress, and I'm starting to understand the build. Oh, nice. I forgot. Yeah, you said you were... did you end up ordering a kit, Turtle, from Fabrico, or did you self-source most of yours? Yeah, I forgot. You mentioned you were going to be building one, like, probably a month or so ago. I feel like there's not a ton of content out there on the Annex printers. I mean, there's some, but not a ton. I would definitely like to see progress pictures or any input that you think is useful to know when building one. Okay, Fabrico kit, nice. Did they just get them in? I thought that I was like one late night scrolling on Fabrico's website as I do, and I thought that they weren't in last time I checked. Like they were still doing pre-orders. Or was it an early unit? Let's just throw you on the ground. Okay, let's just again try our best to sort of quickly align these. What am I doing? They definitely don't have to be perfect because we can move them around. I feel like I'm failing pretty hard at this right now. Okay, that is anything but straight, but whatever. We'll align them a little bit more in a second here. Are the rails Masumi? No, they're LDO rails. I don't know who manufactures the LDO rails. I'm assuming they white label them from somebody else. I don't know who that is. It has been doing pre-order only kits so far. Okay, gotcha. Beta testing for the win. Are the rails to me? Hey John, happy Wednesday. Hi all, just did the first print of my V0. Nice, congrats. Hey Ed. Hey, Liz is in the house. Happy Wednesday. All right. It's a little bit harder for me to see. Okay. Who all here is going to Murph this year? It's coming up, right? Align with the bottom. Who's Liz? Hey, whatever. Hey, my dad's here. Everyone say hi, Dale. That's my pops. You missed Baby Jack, Dad. He was on a little bit ago. Who's going to barf? Did you grease the rails? I did. Yeah. After last week's stream, I took all the rails out of their little baggies, and I wiped them down with IPA. I didn't. Wait, what are we doing here? Are we skipping? Did I not count right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, hold on. Yeah, after last week's stream, I wiped them all down with isopropyl and just basically some paper towels. And then I used our little syringe with grease and from the back, put it through the block until it sort of popped out of the side of the blocks. Bye, good luck. Hey, Matthew, thank you very much for the gift of membership. Chris, you got one. You got the membership. Mom and Dad at the cabin, have a great stream. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Have fun, Dad and Mom. What is today? Today's Wednesday. Okay, so at least my dad works. And I failed. I got red locker all over my hands. It's messy. Okay, so these two. So I did miss one T-nut, it looks like. How the hell did I do that? I mean, it's not that surprising, I suppose. It's a little irritating. Let's see if I can see where the heck they are. Okay, so there's one there. Hey, what's up, Eggy? We're doing good here. Just been busy. Like, I always say that. I feel like I've been saying that for as long as I can remember. I've been busy. I like being busy, so it's not really a complaint, more just a statement, I suppose. But yeah, we're doing good. I have family flying in from Illinois. Why are we not going in? There we go. On Friday, and they're gonna be out here through Monday, which I'm super excited. My aunt and my cousin. And it'll be their first time meeting baby Jack, so we're all super excited. Okay, so I am definitely missing one, which is fine. We can correct this. It needs to slide. I also have a bunch of grease in a couple pockets. How do you know the rails are straight and parallel? We use the little jigs, the alignment jigs. These guys. So these will keep them straight, centered on the rail, and should keep them exactly correct. And then we're using a spacer for the bottom. So right now I'm just loosely fitting them in, and then we will. It's so hard to see where the T-nut is. Okay, I didn't skip a nut. There's just another one in there. Hey, Chris, thank you very much for the gifted membership. Eggy, you got it. I might need to pay a little bit more attention because it actually looks like I have the exact correct amount. I think that when I did the alignment, I did a terrible job. That reminds me of when Erin used to work in and out. She said there was a fair amount of people that would go through the drive-thru and they would pay for the person. Oh, come on. Why are we not? They would pay for the person behind them their food, and it would start like a train of people paying for each other's food, which was Erin would always come home super happy. She's like, oh, there's so many nice people. Okay. I feel like I need to regroup a little bit here. Do I have... Let's see if I tilt this to get the screw out. There we go. Okay, let's try this again. This is probably the most challenging time I've had installing a rail. I don't exactly know what the heck I did. Clearly didn't count correctly, or space correctly. Okay, so that looks like we're aligned. Let's try this again. Do you have an AMS? Yes! Yeah, I have 3 of them. One on the P1P, one in the garage, and then I have one that's technically, it's a beta unit. So they I think hardware-wise it's the same, but they changed out the board so it can't get updates. But it still works. There's a few things it doesn't do well, like it doesn't do correctly. I think it doesn't. 1 second, sorry. It doesn't work with the like NFC tags. And it also can't get updates, but it still works fine. I'm tempted to do Hydra on that one, just to have. One of the roller wheels initially cracked on it, the housings for it. I think the Hydra would fix that. Oh, what a fail. Hey, what's up, G Funny? Wow, 13 months, man. Thank you very much. You need to try some filament painting. Oh, I've been watching and also doing a fair bit of research on it. It seems like right now the software side of it's not released. Like it's only the models that the creator has been posting. Why are we so? But yeah, I've been following it and it looks incredible. I feel behind. I have 2 AMS units. 2 is plenty. I honestly, I did hook up 2 of them together with a hub for the video. I was originally gonna hook up 3, the 3rd one, but for all of the multicolor printing, 4 is plenty. 4 is more than plenty. So with 4 of them, I can do, because most of what I'm doing is accent color stuff, where like it's kind of a functional part, but I want an accent color to make it look a little bit nicer. And so having even really just 2 in most cases is plenty. But I also like the convenience of just having loaded like common colors or common materials. So like I typically always keep a black ABS or ASA loaded and a white and then a PLA and then something random. And so that way, like earlier this morning, I was like, oh crap, I forgot to print out the skirt, the panel mounts. And so I knew I had black ASA already loaded, just sent it off. So it's really convenient. Why do people name their mods the same as existing mods? You keep mentioning Hydra and it automatically thinks 0G Mercury. Yeah, it was confusing for me too. The Mercury Hydra, I would say, definitely existed before the AMS Hydra mod. It very much so confused me too initially. I'm like, I agree. There should be some sort of like a check that gets done before naming a mod. This is the one we were doing. Drop it down. Oop. Okay. So much for speeding through this. The second rail took twice as long as the first rail. We're getting less efficient. Is the AMS worth it just for automatic convenient filament switching if you're not interested in multicolor printing? I will, one sec, give me one. G Funny, wow, thank you very much, man, for the 5 memberships. Strife, DJ Natty, whatever, Anita Lurk, sounds good, Luke. Nick, and Lost Ink all got memberships. Thank you very much. I also need to send you some photos of some laser stuff I've been doing. I'm doing a video on a laser engraver on the P2 very soon here. Like the final video will be out not this Saturday, but next. But I've been playing around with like photorealistic image engraving on wood, and I've been getting some pretty cool results. There's still definitely room for improvement, but it's at the point now where I'm like, yes, I'm very happy with the results I'm getting. So yeah, other Daniel, funny, there's so many Daniels. To me, it's absolutely worth it. The convenience of it is awesome. Also, They added the ability to now, like, if you're printing something but you don't have enough filament, instead of it pausing the print and you going to change it, it can just finish that roll of filament, then load in the next roll of filament that you just, like, basically decipher is the one to grab. So just have the same spool loaded. I think it's awesome. Front loading also is just such a time saver versus back loading, and yeah, for me, I think it's totally worth it, especially if you spent the money on, you know, either a P1P or an X1. I think to get the full experience, the AMS just, it's, to me, it's worth it, yes. Long story short, I absolutely think it's worth it, and I don't think you'd get it and be sad. Zombie, thank you very much for the $1.49 and the banana. Yeah, I don't know anyone that's got an AMS that's like, yeah, the AMS was not a good call. I like the machine, but I don't like, I know that there's some people that have had issues with the AMS, but aside from that, as long as it's not an issue, like a hardware issue, the AMS has been the best spool management / multicolor experience I've ever had. Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, I definitely, again, well, keep saying yes, absolutely, I do think it's worth it. I remember getting the first email from Bamboo last year, way early last year. I don't know, like maybe February. It was way early, like, I mean, before the Kickstarter by a long shot. And they were mentioning, like, their AMS, their new printer, right? Like, usually when a company reaches out, they'll sort of have like their pitch or like what makes their machine special. And I'm so used to like either seeing the same thing rinse and repeated, or like sort of like absurd claims where I'm like, yeah, that's not real. And the Bamboo printer had like, you know, this, they're like, yeah, it's gonna be this crazy fast Core XY and be able to do all sorts of multi-material and like the things that they were saying, I'm like, yeah, okay, it's gonna do all these things, new company I've never heard of. And once the printer arrived and I loaded it up and I sliced, no, I didn't slice. I just printed the first benchy. I knew instantly in that moment, I was like, yeah, this is different. I was like, I've tested out a lot of printers. This is not like this is not those printers. So yeah, it's been, again, I know that everyone has their own opinions, but I have been really, really happy. Both the printers have been my my workhorses when I just need to knock something out quickly. It doesn't really matter the material. It does advanced materials really well. So anyways, gotta go to the meeting. Might be back later. Good luck with the meeting, John. Here's Quiddy on the next upgrade. They're going to stop using the optical sensor. I just got a day printer's review they sent me, and they started using a Pro plus 51. Nice. Yeah, Chitty did reach out to me telling me that they were basically done with the revisions, and asked if I was still interested in reviewing the unit, which I said yes, I would love to. Oh, we're doing, that's right, with gravity. Said yeah, I would love to. I mean, I had the first version of it, and clearly there was issues, so I'd love to see how the product works with the changes. And I also asked specifically for a change log, so I can see all of the things that were changed between Rev 1, you know, canceling the orders, and this Rev 2, I guess as I'm calling it. And they said they didn't have it yet, but I'm hoping to get it soon, because I'm very interested just to see. I'm sure some of the things will be obvious, like I'll be able to point them out. But I'd like just a list of what did they go back and take the time to rectify. So we'll see. Also, I think that the K1 extruder, the replacement extruder that's updated, is supposed to be arriving today. So hopefully we'll get the K1 up and running here. Ooh, also, if anybody is getting like Bamboo Lab stuff, they just launched an affiliate program, which was not a thing. Like they haven't had one up until like a week or so. I think a week and a half ago when they launched it. If anybody wants to support the channel and is planning on buying stuff, I added them to the Bamboo videos. So the most recent one would be like my 1-year update. The link in there is now an affiliate link, which it wasn't at the time of making that video. They basically reached out to me, I think a week after, saying, hey, we're launching something, so. Okay, so this is where I went awry last time. So it's you, 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 you. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I don't think I can blame it on baby brain either. I got decent sleep last night, kind of. I just bought another one here stuff from Bamboo. Yeah, I probably should have mentioned something sooner. I don't do a very good job of self-promotion or promoting things. Like, I think it was Delmar that was reminding me not long ago that, like, hey, you should mention that you have a stream channel more often. And I'm like, yeah, you're totally right. The businessy side of YouTube is like I'm not good at it. Even after all this time on YouTube, I'm just not good at it. I don't necessarily enjoy it. Like, I get it. Like, I need to do it because bills and life and stuff, but like, I'm just not great at it and don't enjoy it. And most of the time goes to making the content. And so, like, by the time I'm done with making content, I'm like, all right, I'm tired. I don't want to do more businessy stuff, but I need to. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so 10 is the correct number. We are right. What did you end up ordering? G-Funny, a bunch of filaments. Also, Lisa, 11 months. I just placed an order and I'm waiting on parts now. Awesome. Is yours up and running again, Lisa? I don't remember the last update after you had the bearing issue. Oop, and we dropped the nut. Okay, so I know that there's we know that there's the right amount of nuts in here, so at least I don't have to worry about that. Is Dave taking off? Well, hate to do it, but I gotta run again. I'll see y'all later. Thanks for streaming. Remember to like the smash button. Thanks for stopping by. We'll see. We will see how long we stream today for. My goal is to get all the Z stuff done pretty much. So we'll see what we do. Pizzles, I get gifted a Sovol SV06 tomorrow. Nice. Is it coming in the mail or you're meeting up and getting one? You need to put an info page on Discord with your affiliate links. I know. We've talked about that for like at least 6 months, creating a channel on the Discord with like affiliate links. That way if anyone wants to support the channel and they're purchasing stuff already, they can. And I just haven't done it. I don't have a good excuse at this point other than I just need to get it together. Hasn't run in over a month now. Oh, sucks. I purchased a full set of hot ends in every size. Dang, nice. Plus filaments and plates. I don't know if I even own a Bamboo hot end that's not 0.4. I've debated so many times, but I'm like, am I really gonna swap out? At some point here, I probably should. There is a company off AliExpress contacted me, and they're sending a Bamboo, like aftermarket Bamboo hot end, which I originally wasn't interested in, because I'm like, yeah, I don't, like, their hot ends are affordable enough as is, but it has a hardened steel CHT style nozzle, and I was like, okay, like, I'll entertain that. Let's see. So we'll see how that goes. But like the Bamboo replacement parts and just the stuff in the shop is so affordable. It's hard to want to stray. It's hard to want to stray away from it. Coming in the mail from California, Bob. Nice. That's awesome. I didn't realize, I forgot, well, maybe I didn't realize or forgot, I didn't miss the memo initially that it sounds like Sovol, did they release the step files for the entire printer? Or did they just release the step files for the printed, or the like injection molded parts? I saw someone talking, it sounded like they released the step files for the entire printer, but I don't know if that's true or not. So many spares, some stuff, something funny. I posted my 12-month anniversary in the beginning of the stream, but stream elements didn't show. Oh no! Let me see if I can redo your notification. Do I have the ability to? Also, we'll do our giveaway will open in 20 minutes for a spool of Polymaker filament, and if you have not hit the like button, please do. Let me see if I can redo your notification. Here we go, stream elements. Sometimes it lets me redo them. Let's see, nice. You said it was in the beginning of the stream? Interesting, it doesn't... It's weird, somehow there must have been a glitch. Oh, okay, this says tips, so subscribers, no, that's just metrics. I don't know why it didn't show up, and I'm sorry, I don't have a way to redo that one. We'll do a manual notification then. Let's do confetti, and let's do some air horn, and a cheer. Thank you, Nice, for 1 year, for being a member for 1 year. I don't know, notifications work perfectly some days, and they don't work at all other days, and I'm not changing anything. It's literally like every week I create a new stream, hit go live, and like, it's the same thing. So I don't know, I'm sorry. I don't know why it wouldn't have shown it, but we'll do a manual, we'll do a manual one for you. Thank you. I just ordered a Big Tree Tech pie last night. Nice. Watch out, there's confetti falling. Oh, that's right. I need to turn off the confetti, don't I? I always forget to do that. All right, let's see if we can power through these last 2 rails. That way we can move on to something a little bit different, and I can get this, get the frame out of the camera frame. First time playing with Big Tree Tech Pi. Well, Big Tree Tech Pi just launched. They had their Pi 4B or whatever they were calling it, the CM4 Pi thing. But this is relatively new. They launched this with, I think, new drivers, and they launched it with new drivers, and they launched it with the little screen for the stealth burner, and they launched it. Yeah, that was it. I think those were the 3 things that they came out with. Okay, it looks like all of the T-nuts are aligning this time, which is nice. And the nuts we are using for this are, where did I put them? Oh, come on. They're right in front of my face. I'm looking for this bag. Lots of boards have CAN on them anymore. Hey, Major Gamer, thank you for 3 months. I don't know if it's gonna pop up, but I see it in chat, so I at least see it. I have the CB1 with the Pi 4 that it goes on. Yeah, I'm running that on the belted ender that's right here. The belted ender that we did is running the Pi 4B with the CB1. It's called U2C. Yeah, the U2C is the USB to CAN board. It's what I used in the video I did on the EBB36 because the Manta M8P has CAN built in, but I've got like the early version since they sent it, Big Tree Tech, and sometimes they revise their boards early on before, not usually before they hit retail, but early on based off feedback, and so mine didn't have it built in. Hey, Matthew, thank you for 7 months. Again, I don't know why it's not popping up. It's making me... Let me refresh. Let's see, alert box. Maybe it needs a refresh. Let's see if that does it. Okay, we'll see if anything pops up. I don't know. Okay, alrighty. So we are done with this one. making slow and steady progress here. Okay, I've got something too tight. Oh, probably this one. That one looks too tight. CAN documentation has made it a long way since my solid port build. Yeah, the GitHub repository like docs thing that I posted in my video description was the best like what's the word, resource, like central hub of CAN information. It was a mess. Like when I tried doing the CAN install, which like right before the video, boy was it not fun. So yeah, it was not fun at all. I'm sure it won't be the last of my CAN videos. I know that I've had requests at least to do CAN bridge, so like using CAN from a board without UTC on a board that supports it. So I'm sure I'll do that. I might do a video. I think the Cybor 0.2 board, the Fly Gemini V3 has that functionality, so I might use that when I convert it. We'll do a video on that just for, because I've gotten a lot of good feedback on that video from people that were like, hey, I just, you know, went to do this on my printer and the video helped a lot. So, which always feels good and lets me know that, cool, there's clearly a need or a want for this, you know, information on this topic. So I don't really make physical notes, but I try to make mental notes of, hey, do more on this. Like, it's helping, it's helping people. Okay. One more rail. One more rail. Wow. Bam. Okay, you can do it. Hey, Ted. I don't know if I saw you in chat before right now. Ted was my like CAN wizard. When I I think Ted was one of the first. Well, G-Funny was like one of the first people that was really trying to convince me, like, hey, you should check out CAN. Like at least 8 to 10 months, if not longer, before I actually did it. Sorry, G-Funny. But I know Ted, like, I felt like every time I was talking to Ted initially, or seeing what Ted was up to, he was always talking about CAN, like he was doing some sort of CAN setup. Something tells me that I could see at least, Ted is the CAN wizard, yeah. I can see there being a need, because a lot of these CAN boards also have USB ports, but you need to provide them with ground and voltage. Like they don't carry the 24 volts if you just use a standard USB cable. I could see there being a need for like a custom type of USB cable that has the wires that you would need for CAN high, CAN low, 12 or 24 like voltage and ground, versus having to crimp and cut. I mean, granted, it's tough because like you'd still probably want to do cable management by crimping and cutting, but I could still see there being a demand for custom USB cables specifically designed for CAN that support, you know, again, all the 4 wires that you need for it. Bought an orbiter filament runout sensor based on your video. Looking forward to getting it installed when I build the Rook 180. Nice. You're gonna love it. It's such a great extruder. Like There's a lot of really good extruders out there, and I'm glad that we have so many options on good extruders, but Orbiter is way up there for me. I didn't expect to like it as much as I ended up liking it. So, what can throw you onboard CAN bridge, main MCU changes from serial. Wait. What can throw you onboard CAN bridge, main MCU changes from serial to UUID. I need to look into it more. Delmar. So, okay, what can throw you is that the onboard CAN bridge. Does it just change from serial to UUID as you're setting it up, or it's a permanent change? I'm sure there's gonna be some, like most of the things I do videos on, I always find things that I think are sort of confusing, even if it's not that bad. So I'll probably try to go into it like relatively blind. It's usually what I try to do is go in semi-blind based off of like either manufacturer's documentation or like whatever brief, easily accessible documentation I could find. And then once I hit a struggle, like once I hit a point where I'm stuck, that's when I'm like, okay, I try to make note of all of those things that make me dig deeper or cause me to pull out my troubleshooting glasses and spend some time troubleshooting. So I know that I briefly looked into all of the different like CAN setups when I was doing my research on that video, and I did see that there was still some like head scratchy moments. Okay, I think we got things decently aligned. Try this. So what he's saying is my Micron build has 2 UIDs. Oh, gotcha. Okay. The CB1 rate is limited to 500K, which is what I ran on. Interesting. So if you're using a Raspberry Pi, are you doubling it? Because I saw both mention of using 500K as well as 1 million for the rate, but 500K worked fine for me, and that's what I stuck with. And I saw a lot of other people talking about that. Aaron and I were working on his Micron. M8P has onboard CAN bridge up the flash CAN to the main MCU on the M8P, with changes from serial to CAN UID. Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Well, yeah, that's what we'll do with the. I'll end up doing that with the V0, the V0.2. My solid fork has 500K. Okay. CM4s can run 1 mil. It's basically, it doesn't matter what you set that as Clipper overrides it. It's basically like a communication speed, right? Like, I don't think I've had any issues at all running at 500K, so I can't see why you'd want to scale up from there. Maybe if you're running, because I know that you can daisy chain CAN bus like boards or CAN bus modules or whatever together. So I'm wondering if maybe it matters more if you're doing that, if you have more than, 1 or 2 boards on the CAN bus network. I run 500K maybe. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I don't know. It's probably not that big of a deal. I ran 500K and I saw it recommended quite a few times when I was doing my research, and so I had no issues on it, so I felt comfortable recommending it. Hey, what's up, makers? Or make RS. As soon as we're done with this rail, we are going to open up the giveaway form. How's the build going so far? It's been good. The frame took a little bit of work to get aligned. I think it was Ted that initially recommended clamping it down, which I'd never done before and hadn't had issues, but I don't know if it's the length of these extrusions. Like, it's, quite different than building a V0 in terms of you have more control of the small extrusions, I feel, when you're sort of clamping them down. Oh, not clamping them, but like, tightening them down. And so I think what was happening is as I was tightening these down and I was applying like turning force, it was just ever so slightly causing the extrusions to lift off of the build surface. And so multiplying that small amount by each one I was tightening, it was causing a lot of wobble and making it so the frame wasn't square. So clamping the extrusion I was tightening down to this with just some like clamps made a big difference. Like, I mean, it was, if you go back and watch that part of the stream, it was it was much better than I was expecting. I was very happy with those results. Why are we not going in? There we go. 500K is minimum for onboard ADXL. Okay, good to know. The real head scratching moment is when I put wires for the A and B motors in the Z chain and completely forget to mark which A and B is, and my OC told me I wasn't allowed to fix it in software. Oh man. Gotta go grab the kids. We'll probably just listen in on the ride home. Looking good. Can't wait to start mine, but I have too many honeydew things before I can start. I understand that. What did I just recently do that Aaron was stoked on? Oh yeah, it wasn't that big of a deal, I guess. I finally tore down. We've had an air mattress in our baby's room because he's been in our room for guests or for if one of us needs to sleep there, and it was driving her crazy because we weren't really using it and it was taking up a lot of the rooms. I finally tore down everything and cleaned it all up nicely. So that was my recent honeydew task. But anyways, thank you for hanging out, Strife. All right, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4 more. 4 more screws and then we're done with the rails. I can't believe it. At least the Z rails. We're done with rails for today. We shouldn't be making it to any. Oh, there we go. Cool. Completely random, but we were supposed to have a couple of neighbors over for dinner last night, and fairly last minute they canceled. They said that they weren't feeling, or one of them wasn't feeling great, and we appreciated it because, especially with, you know, our kiddo, like we don't really want anyone that's sick around him, not intentionally at least. And so I had been marinating like 2 pounds of salmon. Yeah, I'd been marinating like 2 pounds of salmon. And so Aaron and myself had a absolute feast last night. We didn't finish all the salmon. There's still leftovers for today, but it was a feast. And we also have more beer than 2 people should probably drink. So that was our night. Let's see. There we go. Spacer. It's time for me to go. Have fun stream chat and see you next week. Good luck building. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Iggy. Have a great week. I ordered a shield cable with high resistance and flexibility for my CAN 4 wire spiral strain relief. Needed to design a bracket, but we'll start soon. Oh, interesting. I need to print out, or I need to get those, I think they're nylon little like flex cables that people are using. They usually for the CAN cables, they'll have one that goes on the tool head and one that goes towards the back somewhere and kind of provides some strain relief without using zip ties. It looks really nice. Where are people ordering those from? Is that an Amazon thing or is that like a specialty, you know, print shop type thing? I want to order a few. When I do the CAN bus on the V0.2, I'd like to install that. Okay, this looks like it's loose enough. In your CAN bus video, you used a round bracket that goes around the EMA14 and holds the EV36. I can't find the bracket. Can you please share it? Yes, Death Cube. So that is a turtle crawler who is maybe still in chat. That was his design, and it was made specifically. Did I miss gifted memberships from Gary? I don't. If I did, thank you for the gifted memberships, Gary. I see the notifications, but I didn't see anything pop up. That's weird. That's so weird. Yeah, I don't know if that's from earlier or not. Either way, thank you. And sorry, I didn't get a notification. Yeah, so those are Turtle Crawler is one that made those. They were made for the Mercury 1.1, and they are in the Mercury 1.1 Discord. If you go in there and just ask someone, I can't remember which channel. It's like electronics maybe. They'll point you in the right direction. I don't know if they're actually. Oh, okay. So Turtle's here, but he's at work. So yeah, I don't know if those are hosted on any of the other like STL repositories. But that's where I got them from, was again in the Discord. If I had the STL right now, I would just shoot it to you, but it's been some time now, a couple months I think, since I did that, so I just don't know where the STL what computer it's even on. Hey, Maple's in the house. How's it going? I don't know if it's your first message in chat, but I definitely didn't see you before. The springy things are PG7 cable glands. PG7, okay. I need to order a few of them because I think they look awesome. And let's see, PG7 cable glands. Sweet, okay. Thank you. I didn't know what the official name was for them. We need to add them to the doc still. Okay. But yeah, you can definitely get them if you go to the Discord. If you just ping Turtle, or really most people, someone in there will point you in the right direction. I'll post pictures on Discord. I ordered everything of all. Nice. PG7 and PG11. Okay. Yeah, I want to get some of those ordered. I've seen enough of them with the photos with like people's builds. I'm like, yeah, that looks really, really clean. Hey, what's up, Panzer? Thank you for 11 months. I don't know why notifications are broken today. I don't know if it's a YouTube thing, a Stream Elements thing, or what's going on, but I apologize. I like when it pops up. Happy 11 months. Some people feed the CAN wires into a larger odometer PTFE tube. Oh, interesting. Okay. I've been doing one loop around the Bowden with the CAN cable, and it stays up and out of the way. For anyone that's done colored CAN cables, and I can't remember, Aaron, if you had it on your Micron right now, but for the colored CAN cables, are most of you guys just using sleeves? Like, are they just cable sleeves that you're throwing on top over the, you know, like the coating or the cover of the CAN wire? Or are you ordering cables that are already set like that? I think at GFunny some months ago sent me a link, I think it was DFH maybe, that had like custom, I don't know what type of, but they were CAN bus cables. And I think that they were custom sleeved already. So like it wasn't a sleeving you added, they just came like that. Pick and live stream Discord, okay. Sometimes, or I guess has a few colors. Okay, I've used cable sleeves for the MDPs. Gotcha. Any recommendation on where to get cool colored cable sleeves? Because I've ordered them on Amazon before, and I know you can get your standard like black, white, red, blue maybe, but like for kind of obscure colors, I don't think they have a whole lot of, options. All right, this rail should be good. DFH has covers. Yeah, for like a, for a build that has a really strong color scheme, I think that having it colored looks pretty cool. MPX 2.4 kit comes with cable sleeving. What's MPX? What is that? MPX 2.4. I got some sleeves from DFH. Okay, so most of them are, and then colored cam. So it just depends. Just green right now. Okay, so we have got our rails on, which is exciting. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna post the giveaway form in the description, not in the description, in the chat here. Give me 1 second. Why am I not seeing, did the mouse die on me? It did, oh, it didn't. Did it? No. Okay. These mouse batteries have been going on forever. I keep thinking that they're gonna drop out. One time during stream, the mouse died on us and I had to run to the garage and find the batteries. Okay, so it is in chat. We'll leave this open for about half an hour. Anyone that's new, it's a spool of Polymaker filament. If you're in the US or Canada, you get a gift card that allows you to choose whatever spool you want that's within the gift card amount. And if the spool of filament is more than the gift card amount, you can apply it towards that and pay the difference. But it'll cover any of like the standard spools. And anyone else in the world that's not in USA or Canada, it's for any spool of PLA, ABS, ASA, or PETG, and any color, just not like exotic specialty filaments. So not like carbon fiber, glass fiber. I like lightweight stuff, like just standard materials. So we'll do that. Use sleeves for PC cables for the CAN cable. Oh yeah, I guess you could if you just go to a like custom PC building mod website. You can probably find a bunch of cool colors. Okay, so I think the next thing is the bottom panel. Install the remaining rails. 27. Yes, I think we already installed T-nuts on the bottom last week. Let's confirm that. Also, yeah, we did. I'm gonna move this plastic with Loctite out of the way because last week we dropped the handle of the driver in there and that was fun to grab and realize. Okay, so flip printer upside down. Man, I kind of wanted it like this so you guys can see it, but maybe we will flip it upside down. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know how well you guys will be able to see this. It says notch to the back deck panel. Okay, so the question I have last week, it's on page 29. It's a good time to install the deck supports. Where do the deck supports go? The LDO panel. So the deck supports basically just look like they slot into the extrusion, and that they are, or they slide into the extrusion. They don't slot. They slide into the extrusion, and then they've got zip tie holes on them. So where, or am I supposed to take? Do I have to take something apart? No, they go in and just turn. Look at the LDO wire guide for the DIN rails. They rotate in the outside. Can I see these in LDOs? Okay, let's check. Please refer to the LDO wiring guide. Also, we're gonna put on 8-bit music because it's way more fun. Okay, so DIN rails are going front to back like that. Where are these? Okay, these are what we're looking at, right? So it looks like they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, it must be these little guys right here. Let's open the image, see if we can get a bigger image. Yes, okay. So it's saying to install these prior, no, install them after. We won't be able to get them in without putting the back panel on first, I don't think so. Okay, let me grab the panel, which is going to be, is the music Double Dragon? No, I don't think it's anything, like, well, it's something. Man, we're not gonna be able to, It's from Stream Beats, Stream Elements, so it's non-copyrighted music, but it definitely sounds heavily inspired by like classic. All right, I'm gonna put the tripod up on spools to see if it gives us the height that we need. I'm using the smaller tripod because it's easier for me to tear down and move around after the stream. But the issue is when we're building a big printer like this, it doesn't let us see everything. Okay, this is incredibly sketchy, which is exactly how we like to roll. Okay, that's not great, but it's better. It's at least, you guys are at least on similar height to where I'm at. They put tension on the bottom panel to stop vibrations. Oh, cool. Nice, okay, so yeah, let's put bottom panel is what we were doing before I got distracted again. I think the bottom panel is right here. Yes, and we want okay, notch needs to go towards the back. So this is the rear, notch goes towards this way. And let's take off the cover. I always want to try to get the covers off in one fell swoop, but it never works out that way. Double check the belt guard cover things slide under the rails. I built mine with a jig. The covers. Oh no. What do the belt covers look like that you're talking about? I don't know what they look like. Is it? Let me see if I go to the Z section. That's the bed. The AB motors. Okay, Z-axis. So where are these covers? If anybody knows, okay, so belts are here. They must be coming up soon then, right? Pull up. I can use my belt cover mod as a slot. I have like a C-shaped notch in the belt to go through. Okay, let's just go. Let's just go to the GitHub repository. Yeah, STLs. I'm assuming it's gonna be somewhere here. Does anybody know where? Where in here it is? Belt tensioner, retainer. Panel mounting. Seatbelt covers. Thank you. Oh wow, bigger than I thought. Okay. Let's see if we can find these guys. So they're relatively flat. Doesn't look like they're in here. These are all skirts. Oh, I think I found them. Is there one? Yeah, I found one. Shoot. Okay. We'll flip this over, check this really quick, flip it back over, do the panel. Because enough people have talked about this this gap that I want to make sure that we're okay. Okay, page 260, oh wow, so it's at the very end. 264. Oops. Wow, at the very end. Okay, so these just need to be able to slide underneath. The shape looks weird. Okay, so this is the part that's going underneath it. So it looks like it doesn't seem right. Okay. That is a very tight fit. Bear with me. Okay. Just realized someone like 30 seconds behind. Pinch the belt. Okay, so the part that's sliding underneath the extrusion is, or underneath the rail is this part right here. So it looks like this is how it would be. All right, let me change the camera so you guys can see what I'm doing. Just bought a Pi 0 1.3 and a Pi 0 2. Nice. I bought a Pi 0 or a Pi 0W last week, thinking it was a Pi 0 2W, and was pretty disappointed. And then I almost got a Pi 4 gig, but my Adafruit account glitched, and by the time I was able to log in, it was a no-go. So I don't see how this won't go underneath there. The reason why I don't want to press down is like it's a really, really tight fit. I mean, I can do it. Let's just screw it. Yeah, it goes underneath. So we should be good, because that sounds like that's what everyone was talking about as far as it not going underneath. So we should be fine. That's the same exact thickness I used for all of them. This is your first big Voron. Yeah, it is. The biggest Voron I've done prior to this one is the switch wire. So yeah, first like big Core XY. See if I can wiggle this out. Wiggle, wiggle. There we go. That's the strategy. Okay, so we're good. Crisis averted. Pis are coming available almost daily right now. Yeah, it's awesome. I saw a Raspberry Pi respond to a tweet from somebody. I don't know if it was like someone in the 3D printing community or if it was I don't know who it was. But they said good things. Like, it seemed like they were also stating that both Pi, I think Pi 3s, was it Pi 3s and Pi 0s? I don't remember exactly, but it was a positive, like, it was nice to see them saying that, basically. I mean, luckily now we have a lot of alternatives that we can use, but man, if Pis are available at retail price, I still enjoy getting a Pi because they just work really, really well. So I'm waiting on a Pi 4.4b from the Pi Hut that Host Nord is holding hostage for ransom. Pi should be on full tilt the second semester. Okay, so we are good. Very good with that. Peel off this cover. My greasy hands are all over the panels. I'll wipe them down later on, I guess. Australia seems to get stock about every 10 to 14 days. Before you ask, but we now have 3 Pis. Oh wow, that's awesome. Yeah, I saw. Was it Pi 3s? I saw there's the Raspberry Pi tracker has a website slash. They also post on Twitter, and I follow them on Twitter mostly. And they posted that on Memorial Day, so 2 days ago now. There was, I don't know what it was, but it was in stock for like the entire day. Which was probably partially because a lot of people were doing family stuff in the States. But it was kind of crazy to see. I think it might have been a Pi 3s. I don't really remember. Or maybe, no. I think it was a Pi 4 8GB. And I was debating on buying it, but I'm like, that's what it was. It was a Pi 4 8GB, was available like all day. And I was debating on buying it, but I don't really need it. And 8GB is pretty expensive even at retail for something that, again, I'm fine with like the 2GB, the smallest version for the stuff I use. All right, we are doing a terrible tear job. Escort on I'm sure that once the supply chain, once the manufacturer amount for the supply chain levels out and they're able to keep them on the shelves, I imagine there's going to be quite a few people selling bulk Pis for under retail, trying to recoup their costs that were scalping and bought a ton, and they can no longer sell them at their heavily inflated prices. Could be wrong, but like that's my speculation. I do know that the same person, the Raspberry Pi locator channel on Twitter, whatever, said that he's had people reaching out to him trying to bulk sell him Raspberry Pis, and he believes that it's basically scalpers that are sort of seeing the writing on the wall, and they're trying to get out before they get caught holding a bunch of Pis that they, you know, I imagine they'll still really get close to retail, so I'm sure it won't be the end of the world for them, but who knows? I could see them also wanting to offload a bunch of them. Okay. Champions no longer produce 5G equipment. A lot is shifting to India. Interesting. Adafruit has them weekly. Yeah, Adafruit is usually, I don't know what day of the week they usually are actually. I thought it was Thursdays, but it doesn't sound right. I usually miss it. It's early in the morning and I'm asleep. Okay, so let's go back to the panel. Panel. There we go. Okay, so panel notch to the back. This is the front, so the notch in the center is going towards the back. Hopefully we can, looks like some of our T-nuts slightly shifted, so I'm just gonna pull them to make sure that they're all reachable. Okay. And then, these just kind of free floats right now, it looks like. Okay. Notch to the back, cool. It's easier to work with gravity, great. Align with holes. Okay, so now we need the DIN rails, and the DIN rails in the guide show, so these run front to back, so these are side to side, but the DIN rails should be oriented front to back rather than side to side. So okay, so we're doing opposite, which is what Delmar was mentioning. So let's get these out of here. Another 10 or so minutes on the giveaway. So if you haven't filled it out, it's in the chat, and then we'll do our drawing. I refuse to pay $200 for a Pi. Yeah, it's insane. So, I mean, some people are paying it, and I get like everybody's level of like some people probably have really urgent needs for a Pi, but for the stuff that I'm doing, or a lot of us are doing with 3D printing, it's not that urgent. And also there's enough alternative options out there now that it makes it really hard to justify such an extreme cost. Okay, so these line up with roughly 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so these don't exactly line up. Huh. Let me see the image of their wiring. Okay, so yeah, they don't totally line up. So the notch is the back. So the back they have on the 4th hole and then on the 5th hole. So 5th hole front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That looks fine. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 4. Cool. Okay. All right, and then we are going to be securing these with M5x10 button heads. M510. There we go. Basically center them front to back. Yeah, they it's like one hole off from being able to be perfectly centered, which is why I wanted to double check. It was gonna bug me, but if it's the way it's supposed to be, then it is what it is. Also, I won't really see it, but I want to make sure, because this is more visible than the T-nuts under the rails going in the wrong direction. I do have some standards on my builds, especially if it's visible. I want it to look as nice as possible, usually. Okay. So after we get this in, we'll install those panel clips or panel mount things. You can rotate. MakerByte has 4 8 gigabytes and 3B in stock. There's a version of the Raspberry Pi 3s that don't have Wi-Fi though, right? I know on the Compute Module 4, there's at least a version that doesn't have Wi-Fi, because I saw I think it was Greg's Maker Corner in Thiago talking about it the other day. Good alternative, but not with ERCF. Just go rep firmware. Pi 02 doesn't have it. Okay. Interesting. But does the Pi 02 have the same chip as the Pi 02W though, or no? Because it's the Pi 3 chip, right? That's on the 2W or the 2s. Do not line up. T-nut, you can shorten the DIN rails. Cool. Okay, so before we flip anything over, we need to install these little clips. I don't know, you can see these. these guys. So we're gonna install these. I'm gonna quickly pull up again the LDO wiring guide, and they've got 2 around the back, and then basically edge center on both sides. So the front doesn't have one. And let me see the orientation that this goes in. Let's see. Can I twist these? Am I strong enough? Struggling over here. All right, let me try it again. So it has to go like that. Use pliers. Those clips rotate one way. Oh. Hold on. Bam. Okay, that's all it is. Thank you. So yeah, the clips only rotate one way, so I have to insert them in that orientation. And they also don't slide all that great once they're in their slots. So basically, the PEI side down, I go PEI side down, and then turn. That works pretty well. Thank you. That was, I was not aware that was a one-way street. It's supposed to be tight so they don't slide. Okay, well then, well then perfect. Also, hi Steve. The only reason I'd like them to slide in this moment is so that way I could actually slide them into like the correct alignment, but I guess if I do it beforehand. Oh, this one wants to shift on its own. Okay. I'm gonna quickly rinse and repeat on this side. It may only have one USB available, but you can plug a hub into them and you have 4 to 8 ports. Yeah, I've never done that, but it's a good point. On a lot of the printer builds, especially, not always, I mean, it depends. If you're building a Micron, you certainly don't have a lot of extra room, but on a lot of them, there's a fair bit of real estate in electronics bays and stuff like that where you could fit some kind of a low profile hub and then have plenty of inputs. I actually bought one for the Mercury 1.1 that I was initially going to install. I didn't install, but I had that plan because I was using the CAN bus. I wanted CAN bus, camera, CAN bus, camera, screen, and there was one other thing I was using over USB. I can't remember. I think. Okay, so 2 more of these, and then we can flip this printer. I think we can actually move the frame after this, and so the camera angle should be a little bit nicer. Hopefully. Okay, one last one, and then we will move this out of the way. Come on. There we go. All right, so we've got all of those in place. You can kind of see, so 3 on this side, 3 on this side, 2 on the back. Not exactly centered, but I think when everything else is in place, it won't really matter all that much or be super visible. but I did my best. From my angle too, it's hard. My depth perception of how far exactly things are is not really easy to see. Oh, is this your design? You can blame me for that. Although RCF did the. Oh, that's funny. When you came in and said that they're supposed to be tight, I was like, okay, Steve knows a lot about these. I feel like he might have had a say. Also, notifications aren't working that well today, Steve. I don't know why. So thank you very much for, okay, so that's working. It's partially working. Thank you very much for 12 months. And also thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's see, Booty, Barnyard, Mike, Jerry, and Jake. You guys all got gifted memberships. Thank you very much, Steve. The giveaway is for a spool of Polymaker filament anywhere in the world. Also, because Steve didn't get we're doing manual notifications today because it's not doing them correctly. So Steve gets confetti, you get an air horn, gotta do the air horn, and then cheers. Thank you very much for 12 months, man. Appreciate it. I don't know what's going on, but you get a personalized notification today. So I'm gonna leave the giveaway open for like 2 or 3 more minutes, and then I'm going to pull it, and then we will do the drawing. So if you have not entered in, it's pinned in chat. This is the last moment to get in, and then we will again do the drawing. Okay, so we got frame on, rails on, or frames done, rails are done, bottom panels in place, and I think now we're gonna start on the Z-motor. Z-motor, I don't know what they're called. Z-motor things. Let's see here. I'm also gonna really quickly make sure there's nothing else. So we don't need anything from the LDO guide until page 39, which is follow the step orientation according to the wiring guide. So once we start installing the steppers onto these parts, so let's go here. Once we get to this page, when we're actually installing the motor in a direction, we need to check the LDO guide. But until then, we are good to go. So let's put this together. Oh, my wife's in chat. All done, want anything to eat? Chick-fil-A? Ooh! I mean, if the options are Chick-fil-A or a PB&J, I would love a spicy chicken deluxe with sweet tea, my love. That sounds incredible. Also, Luke, thank you very much. Jeez, you guys today. I'm dying. Thank you very much, Luke, for 10 gifted subs. Let me see if I can read off who all got, and it might be tough. It's, let's see. Buddha 3D, Tony, Surge, Beardface, Red Giant, Sean, It's Mike, Sebastian, Guy Stucker, and Thomas Moore. I think you guys all got gifted memberships from oh gosh, Digital Dragon. Thank you very much. We'll do one more of the manual ones. I need to update the we'll do cheer. Thank you very much. I need to update some of the sounds notifications. For a while there, I was kind of changing them out and having fun with it. And like the initial creative things I thought would be fun, we've already done. So I need to think outside the box and figure out a way to get some more fun sound effects. So, Mamba Army has good taste in food. Yeah, I love. So when I was working in Orange County, they had like a Christmas thing where you donate like it goes for a charity, and Chick-fil-A would give you like a card. Hello. They would give you a card thing where you'd get like a chicken sandwich per month or something like that. So once a month I would go with my coworker, and it was always the same thing, which was spicy deluxe with the pepper jack cheese on it. You gotta get the waffle fries, sweet tea, and then 1 Chick-fil-A sauce for the actual sandwich, and then a Polynesian sauce for the fries. And it's so good. It's so good. We had it so much that I got kind of burnt out, actually. So we don't get it very often anymore, especially since we moved, but there is one. So I'm getting hungry if you can't tell. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Luke. Okay, let's do... Hey, John's back. I used to work in Orange County too. Oh, what part? I was in Lake Forest. Well, if you look at Matter Hackers headquarters, that I lived in basically Costa Mesa area and then moved to Lake Forest to be closer to the office. right when COVID hit, and I never really went back into the office after that, other than like twice. So, but yeah, I was right there, like a mile down the road from the office. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to leave the camera on me so that way I can grab everyone's info without accidentally leaking anybody's. Let me remove this from chat actually as well. Remove from chat. Costa Mesa, then Irvine. Nice. I lived in Laguna. Oh, I love Laguna. My parents used to take me to Laguna quite a lot as a kid. There's like the jungle gym area of Laguna, and then there's a little walk by the restaurant up top. We'd always go on that walk. Laguna's pretty. You've probably been then, John. Have you been to the Sawdust Festival? They have it, I think it's just once a year during summertime, where they have a bunch of different, they have usually like live music, a bunch of beer, and all sorts of different arts, like anything from glass, I can't think of what it's called, like glass art, glass forging. They would, or not forging, blowing glass. Like they would even have a section where they would do that there, and then all sorts of canvases. They had really fun ones too, like Simpsons themed, and like they had. There's really cool. If you haven't gone, you need to go. If you're still anywhere in the area. Anyways, let's go ahead and drag this over here. Man, I got really hungry. Got really hungry talking about chicken sandwiches. Okay. Bam. There we go. I'm in the, okay, definitely not there. I've been to the festival. I didn't go to the pageant of the Masters. I haven't even heard of that. That's cool. Got it just before you closed it. Nice. Okay, so everybody is in that that wanted to enter in, hopefully. So as always, thank you to Polymaker. I'll do big screen while I'm talking. Thank you to Polymaker for supporting the channel and the stream and allowing us to do these giveaways. It's been close to a year now, and they've given away a spool every single week, as well as lots of spools anytime we've done a milestone stream. So massive thank you to them. If you are new to the streams or the giveaways, the way it works is once we do the drawing here on stream, later tonight I will send you an email with a form that you need to fill out, and then Polymaker will take care of the rest of it. And if you do need to get filament and you haven't tried Polymaker filament, there's a link in the description, and it supports the channel and lets them know that we're sending some people their way. So I appreciate it, and they appreciate it. And on that note, let's do this. All right, what number should we shuffle by? It's the last day of the month, but 31 shuffles seems excessive, which makes me want to do it. Let's do it. 31. We're doing 31 shuffles, all right? Let's see if I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 16, 17, 18, 19, 30, 31. Okay. 31. Good luck, everybody. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. I don't want to say last name. Moraes. I'm gonna go with that. Ines Moraes, congratulations. You are our winner. We'll do some confetti and cheering for you. I think you're a first-time winner. Maybe not, but I don't recall, not that I remember all the winners, but I feel like I remember a lot of them. So congratulations. And I will, again, send you, I'll send you an email later today with the form, and it's just a couple of things, basically. Where do we ship it to? What do you want? And where did you win? That's pretty much it, summarized. So congrats. Okay, let's kick some butt here. I really would like to get all of these motors done and mounted. Again, I did cheat a little bit. It's not really cheating. It's kind of cheating. I did 3 of the 4 heat inserts because I just didn't want to repeat the same thing over and over again, knowing that it would take a lot of time, and with me talking, I would get distracted. So let's go ahead here and quickly do these heat inserts. So now that the printer is off the table, I feel like I've got a lot more room for shenanigans. Okay. So, like I said, we've already done on these big parts. There's only 2. Oops. Can you guys? Where's this focus? Maybe I should have autofocus on right now. This might be the time to actually do the autofocus. I wish I had a button, like a hotkey that changed it from autofocus to manual focus. I should probably do that. I'm sure there's like one of the function keys I could easily do that instead of complaining about it. Okay, so yeah, on these big ones, there's two that go into the side. So I've done, where are all of them? There should be 4 of them. So this one still needs the 2. We don't need our acrylic panel, or this, I guess it's not acrylic, but we don't need this panel. Okay, so we've done these 3. So I'll push these off to the side. We'll do this one. And then for, oh, there you are, Eins. Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations. I will look for the email. If for some reason you haven't received the email by tonight, message me, but I'm doing a really good job of not scheduling the next stream, which I like to do quickly, until I've contacted the winner. Like I put like a little checklist in place, that way I don't forget, because it happened a couple times and they like the winners reached out to me and I'm like, I feel awful. So absolutely, congratulations. Okay, so then these ones have 6 on the bottom and 1 on the side. So again, that's why we didn't want to do all these on stream, because we didn't want it to be just a heat insert simulation stream. So we will rinse and repeat. Hopefully, okay, yeah. I was like, did I lose it? Let's get our brass heat inserts out, which are, here we go, M3 inserts. Let's preload the 6 on the back. I wonder if Aaron's home. I hear music playing outside. I just want to say again that I'm really happy that we're able to stream today. Anyone that was here earlier or saw it in the Discord, I had no internet for like an hour and a half leading up to the stream. And it was not just here, it was like cities around, like pretty far range of cities. And I tried to check the network again, like just a few minutes before it was time to go live, and it was on, but I was not thinking it would last. I thought it was sort of like a tease, like, ah, you've got internet, sure, go live, and then but no, we've been, so far it's so good, so I'm thankful that it worked out. The new ZV-1 MK Mark II has a mode that switches to near focus if it detects anything closer. Oh, that's really cool. It's too bad that it can't update the firmware on the ZV-1 to do that, because I have the ZV-1. I saw it was my webcam for work, but I felt like it was overkill, and so I'm planning on mounting it to the ceiling so we have a new camera. There's just so much happening right now. But hopefully we'll have an overhead camera in like 30 days or so when I get around to ordering the pole that mounts from wall to wall and doing all that stuff. But yeah, the ZV-1's an awesome little streaming camera. Tom was actually the reason I got them. Tom had to purchase like, I'm gonna sit while I do this. Tom had purchased like 3 of them, and I was like, oh, if they're good enough for Tom, they're good enough for me, because his picture quality, like, he doesn't do anything less than really nice. So I purchased it Christmas of we're in 2023, so 2021, and I've been really happy with the camera. Yeah, this is a the LDO 2.4 300mm Rev C. So the main differences that I know of are clipper screen. I think they all came with clicky from LDO. So I think the main differences are clipper screen, Revo, hot end, and edge-to-edge heater. I want to say those are the 3 changes. There's probably some other smaller ones, but those are the 3 ones that they like. The kit did come with their insert tool. This is my heat insert soldering iron. I have one that I use for like actual soldering. And this uses proprietary tips. It works great though. Like I love this for heat inserts. This company went out of business. They sent me this for review. It's actually I've talked about it before. One of the first channels, or one of the first companies to sponsor before the channel was Modbot. They sent it about 9 years ago. And they heat up in like, I don't know, 6 seconds. I don't understand how it works, but it's not a tip. Like the iron goes from here all the way to like right here and has an electrical, contact. It's interesting, but really comfortable. And yeah, it just works great. Okay, and then we need one on the side here. We'll do this. But yeah, the kit definitely came with their insert tool, and I have a soldering iron that can use it. I don't use that one for heat inserts. I could if I change the tip out, it wouldn't be an issue, but I've used this for so long that it's incredibly comfortable to me, and the heat inserts don't stick to it, which is usually the main issue. Okay, so this one's done. We've got our 6 in the back and our 1 on the side, and then we need to do this guy, and we're just doing 2. So 1 here and 1 here. Hey, Rui. I guess you replied with the kit version, but I didn't see message comment before. You said Nevermore parts as well, carbon media. Okay, so this one includes carbon because it came with Nevermore previously, right? I know that Albert from 24/7 Printing did a LDO kit, and he's had Nevermore, and I'm assuming it was from the kit and not something he self-sourced, but I could be wrong. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, that should be good. Turn this off to avoid burning ourselves. I got the Rev A kit last year. Nice. I haven't seen a massive changelog. Again, the only thing that really showed me what came in the Rev C, other than like its product page of the site, Fabrico and LDO sponsored the kit. They had talked about it since before Rev C. Was the video that LDO put out that showed the kind of like a highlight video of the Rev C. Okay, so let's move this over here. A sip of water. When Aaron comes, I'm gonna take a quick break and eat. I'll eat with you guys on stream since everyone seems to be fine with that. Every time I say like, oh, I'll be right back. Delilah! She's scratching herself so hard that it was vibrating the wall from the outside. The Cyborg soldering iron from the kit fits the LDO insert tool. Wait, Cyborg soldering iron? Wait. What Cyborg? You got a soldering iron with your kit? Hey Dan, did you see though that Stefan from CNC Kitchen teased a heat insert tip for it? You should share. I would gladly share. We could have a big pizza party. I didn't get a soldering iron. No, with your V0.2? Heck no, I didn't get a soldering iron. Like, you're talking like not just a tip, right? You're talking like an actual soldering iron, like the iron itself with a cable that plugs into a wall. I definitely didn't get that. They made a lot of changes. One of Cyborg's, I don't know exact role, either customer service representatives or just one of their employees, that has been one of my contacts, reached out to me sharing some of the changes they had made since the introduction of the V0.2 kit. It's a substantial list, and I'm gonna kind of cover this in my review of the kit. I'm really happy and proud of the feedback they've taken from myself, from Greg, from everybody that's been involved with testing out the kits. But I also would like for them to do some more of that testing before it's available publicly. I mean, anyone that had one of the issues covered in the changes, they've addressed, like they've swapped out parts, sent replacement parts without issue. But I think that would be the next step, is do a little bit more initial beta testing or like early testing before selling it as a product, just to make the experience better, you know, for the customer. But the changes they made are all awesome quality of life improvements, and some of them are like, they went above and beyond to correct an issue by not just correcting it, but like correcting it and then doing some. So I've been pretty happy with what they've been doing. Yeah, check out Stefan teased it with like soon TM. I can find it really quick. Take a 2-second break here. Is that John? What's up, buddy? This is Kai on YouTube. Happy Wednesday. Let me see if I can find it really quick here. CNC. It came up in my feed again today, although he posted it. Let's see. Here's our boy, Stefan. It's going to be under media. There it is. Yeah, so he posted this, and it just says CNC Kitchen soon. I'm imagining this is probably one of those pencil type soldering irons you're talking about. I've never owned one or don't know much about them other than some people really like them. But based off of the comments I was reading, it seems like I'm assuming this is it. So hopefully you're right. Hopefully I'm right. Hopefully I'm not you're right. Hopefully I'm right. Hopefully I'm right and you're happy. The music change really fit the mood. Let's see, I can double tap to change it. There we go. Crimper and soldering iron. What? All right. I'm gonna have to message Cyborg. Be like, what's up, guys? How come? Let's see. My CAN cable looped on the bottom. Oh, nice. Okay. Enraged rabbit. Okay, there's the adapters. What? Yeah, I definitely didn't get that. That's awesome. Is that a standard? Are they doing that by standard now? I feel like that has to cut into margins. That's really cool. No, I didn't get that or that. Definitely not. Also, you got different color. Well, was yours a V0.2 or V0.1? I can't tell. You definitely got a different color scheme than I did. Yeah, that's rad. I did not get that. Panasonic is very nice. Don't use the other anymore. Interesting. What's the price point on one of those? Would be great if they posted those changes on the site. Agreed. I mean, they told me, so I'll just say it here. If they change their mind, they change their mind. But they had said to me that they were going to send out a Trident kit that we were going to be building, which hopefully they do. But they told me that the Trident kit came with a stealth burner, but all their images still show afterburner, and I didn't see mention of it anywhere. And so I messaged them back and was like, that's amazing. Like, you guys should update your images, because to me, if I was going to be buying a 2.4 or a Trident or anything, and I see an image with a afterburner, at, you know, a certain price, and I see an image with a stealth burner at a similar price, I'm going to go with the stealth burner. I think that's Delilah still. So, like, without even clicking on the image, I'd be like, oh, that's the afterburner version. I want this stealth burner one. So I think that not only is it useful information for the customer, but like they're hurting themselves by not updating these like nice bonuses that they're starting to include, or the updates they're doing. So I messaged the contact I had just saying, hey, like I would really update your website to reflect that. And she said that they would, so hopefully they do. That's all I can really do is make changes. Oh, $26 is all it is for the... Okay, I might need to order one of those. Have a great stream. I gotta take off to pick my wife at the airport. Hey, thank you very much for hanging out as always, Luke, and thank you very much for all the gifted memberships, man. Have a wonderful night, and hopefully we'll make some more progress if I can figure out how to stop talking about things and start building things. We'll see. So thank you, man. Okay, let's go back to screen share for a second. So we're done with all these heat inserts. These are great. These are done. Now we need to do this, which is GT2 22 9mm wide pulley, which I did check was somewhere here. Let's see, GT2 22 5mm inner diameter, 9mm outer. It's got to be these. And then we need 5x60 shafts, which are also, I'm assuming, in here. 5x60, and we've got 4 of them. Great. Set screws are not in here. I think the set screws were with the hardware. Integral set screws and use thread locker. Okay, so we'll need to use thread locker again. Okay, set screw. These are too small, I think. These are M3 by 2s. And we've got M4 by 4s. Oh, you know what? I don't know if we need to use thread locker on these. Like, additionally, I'm looking at these set screws, and these set screws have thread locker on them. Yeah, question for anybody that built one of these. Did you use additional thread locker if there's already thread locker? Like, you can see it's on there, like all of these. So it looks like, I can't tell if the little M3 by 2s have it on there. These ones, oh, they do. Yeah, they all do. So for LDO set screws, are you guys still using thread locker or no? Just use what's on there. Okay, friends, you didn't on my Trident. Link to the Pine 64 is in live stream chat. Awesome, thank you, buddy. I assumed that they were like $80 or more. I don't know why. I haven't bought a soldering iron in a long time. I would not add more. I didn't. You're using a lot more thread locker than I did. Okay, no need to add additional. Sweet. Well, that makes it nice. Just a spot to check. That's nice. That simplifies it. Because I again, like I used it this time a lot more than I normally would, but I still don't love thread locker. Okay, so let's take this guy, and it looks like we'll just kind of loosely insert. Aaron's home, I hear her. Ah! I'm gonna get the front door for her and really quickly see if she needs help with Baby Jack. She's also got food, so she just can't juggle it all. So let me see, one second, are these the right? Oh wow, yeah, you can really feel that once it hits the thread locker, once it hits the threads on these little set screws, you can really feel it tighten down. Yeah, give me one sec. I'm going to, no use standard thread lock for this thread. Okay, yeah, give me one sec. Let me open the front door for Aaron and just see if she needs help with the kiddo. Be right back. It's such a booby trap. I wish I had another camera so you guys could see like what I have to jump around. Alright, be right back. Oh, it's raining. Alright, I'm getting my food. You got your own? Okay, quick, oh, quick food break. Oh. Sorry everyone in advance that's hungry. I'm glad I asked if she needed help. I thought it was sunny when we started streaming. I opened the front door right now to check on her, and because the garage, like we have a garage, but we can't use the garage because it's full of my crap. Printers, laser stuff, like I work in the garage a lot. And it was raining outside, so she was trying to figure out how to get Jackson out. The car seat wasn't moving, so I was able to help her. Okay, I'm trying to eat relatively quickly. Thanks, NH3D. Cyborg site has metal 2.4 parts listed, but the image is of the belt tension parts for the V0. Interesting. They're pretty responsive if you wanted to contact them, like on their Discord or something like that. I also think that their 0.2s now come with CNC parts as a standard. Don't quote me on that. I saw somebody post their their Cyborg 0.2, and it had CNC parts inside of it, and it looked like a standard thing. I also heard something, but I didn't hear it from them directly, so I'm not entirely sure. I wish they would sponsor the stream. I love chicken sandwiches every Wednesday. Hopefully it's not too loud. Normally the mic mutes mouth sounds, but if it's bad, let me know. I've asked every time I eat. Everyone's always like, it's no big deal. Does the CNC'd version come with all CNC'd parts? Because I think that the one I saw was like partial CNC parts. Like they swapped out a couple of things.
Enjoy your meal, smiley face.
Thank you, nice. Thank you, nice. Enjoy your meal. Now I want unsweet tea with that crunchy ice and frosted lemonade. They have is Chick-fil-A in Canada, Pez, or have you had it when you're visiting the States? Eating on stream. I don't know. I'm weird. I'm just weird about it. Like I know I've been streaming for a long time, but I'm still like, all right, we're here to build stuff. Like I try not to do like, yeah, I get distracted and rant about stuff, but like, it's all fun and we're talking about things. But like eating, I'm like, all right, nobody came here to watch me eat, so I just try to not eat so much on stream. But there's times where, like now, I'm just like, I'm starving. They have it in Toronto, but I mostly had it in Florida. Oh, okay. Have you gone out there for vacation a couple times, or? I've never been to Florida. My brother vacationed there some years ago and like really enjoyed it. I don't know what part, but I've never been on vacation or anything like that. We have a few locations in Canada, and I don't think it's as good as it is in the US. I've experienced that before, actually. So I love anyone that's, I think it's mostly a West Coast thing, like California and a couple other states, but I like Del Taco a lot. Like Del Taco, it's a little fast food. I don't know if I'd really even call it Mexican, because it's sort of like, it's definitely not authentic Mexican. It's not trying to be, it's fast food Mexican, if you will. And they even have burgers that are really good. But even, even within Del Tacos, within like the radius of where I live, they weren't all equal. Some just had better tasting food than others, and they have them here in Idaho. Not as many as in California. We had them all over. I mean, there was like 3 in a few minute drive from where we lived before, but they're not. It's different. It's still really good, but it's different. So I wonder if I'm assuming because of the distances, they're probably getting their supplies from different places, and maybe that has an effect on it. But I've experienced it even on close restaurants before, where you have one location that's really good. I don't know if it's just the manager cares more, or like the workers, or what, but like it just tastes better and different. So a man has to regain his strength. Exactly. Sorry, Dutch. Sorry, Dutch. It's probably like, what time is it where you're at? Like midnight or something? It's gotta be pretty late. Okay, so almost midnight. Tangents do take up a lot of energy. I enjoy going off on like random stream rants about things, but yeah, I'm always tired after, but I enjoy it. It's like it's the same thing. So most of the time, like I am just at home or out in nature with like Aaron doing a hike or something like that. And I've always been relatively like, I like kind of just doing my own thing. And then when I get in social situations, like I'm good at socializing, like I'm super talkative, like way too much probably. But the difference is that it's exhausting for me. Like I know people that can talk and talk and talk and go out and be in social events and like it like energizes them, it charges them up. Well, for me, anytime like I've gone to an event, I have so much fun. But then like at nighttime, or at least if I make it through the weekend of the event, I'm dead after. And it takes me days, like literally days of just being in isolation to recover from it. So yeah, for me, like I definitely, again, like super talkative, but I find socializing is really, really tiring for me. It always has been. I don't know. When you finish with the build, do I need to send you my shipping address? It's gonna be an expensive shipping bill. All right, last bite. I'm gonna have a couple fries and then we'll get back to it. I think I'll do better now that I've got a little bit of food inside. It's called being an introvert like me. Yeah, it's interesting because I've met quite a few more people that are like that now as I've gotten older. But like growing up, whenever the idea of me being an introvert came up, like it was almost laughable because of how outgoing I can be. But then I've met a lot more that are like introverted extroverts or something like that, and it's the same kind of thing where they can be really social, they do great, but aside, like it's exhausting, and then aside from that, they just kind of like to do their own thing, which is literally, I mean, 90% of the time I'm just alone with a project, either in the garage or in here, just working all day, just what I do. So yeah. Nice. Normally no live stream next week. Need to be with customer. Oh, are you traveling? Are you doing a pretty good, or pretty far travel next week then, or is it just local? Nice. Okay. I'm gonna hail a couple of these fries. Polynesian sauce with fries if you go to Chick-fil-A. So good. If you like sweet, it's very, very sweet. Yeah, it's super sweet. My boss said I could be an introvert. Couldn't be an introvert because I spoke so well. Well, it's like it's like with me, like I actually have really bad social anxiety in certain situations, and I get panic attacks, awful panic attacks. I've had it under control for some years now, but there's been plenty of times where like outwardly I'm super smiley, but on the inside it's just kind of like picture a dark room with someone in the corner saying there's no place like home. Like so just because you seem a certain way doesn't mean internally you always feel a certain way. But I will say that like the more you go into those like uncomfortable experiences, you feel more comfortable. Like anything, you build sort of like confidence and muscle memory and how to be and how to do things. So, but are you ever going to build the ERCF? Yeah, I am, Max. I am. I just don't know when. All right, 2 more fries. Okay, I'll pull this off to the side every couple steps, kind of like the Prusa gummy bears. We'll do a French fry. Let's get back to this. Oh, at events I spend a lot of time at the door. I see people, but I also know I can leave. Anxiety is so fun. Yeah, they used to, when I was working at Matter Hackers, they sent me to most of the trade shows because like I knew the technology, but I could also talk to most people and find common ground, which had perks because I got to travel and I enjoyed elements of it. But oh man, I had some definite freak out moments where I would tell my boss or my manager like, hey, I just need to go outside for a little while. Like, you sort of get that like fight or flight response where you're just like, and knowing that you have an out is a really, like, it's a reassuring feeling that if I need to, I can flee as quickly as possible. So I think a lot more people have it than, people realize. And again, you just can't tell because you don't know what's going on inside. Someone outside might seem fine, but inside they're not. So, all right, let's do this. It says insert both screws and use thread locker. Use a high quality hex driver to prevent the hex profile from slipping. Bolt and drivers are not recommended. Loose set screw account for the majority of the issues. Save yourself. See the product's application notes. The instructions. Keep away from printed parts. Okay, cool. So we don't do any of that. Basically, we just need 33 millimeters from the end. So we're just going to use our calipers because I don't think this jig has any of this stuff, does it? Dip your screws in the polyadhesive dust. What do we need? 33 millimeters. Yeah, I don't think so. No. Okay, so we're just gonna set our. We got crumbs. Sweep these off on the floor. I'll get them later. Okay, so we will set our calipers to as close to 33. 32.97 is pretty good. Oh, you said Portugal next week. I read it and completely missed it. Nice, that's awesome. Oh, hey, at least you're gonna be somewhere beautiful. Okay, so let's go side cam. And we'll start by, I think we'll do them all kind of at the same time. So we'll prep them all. Let's take out all 4 of these because we can do this 4 times. Let's get... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here we go. Could you change your text color? It's hard to see when it's all white. Yeah, you're not the first person to tell me that, and I've been meaning to do it on this granite. I kind of just want to see if there's some sort of like a light background that I can put around the text box. I don't think there's a way. I'm not gonna do it right now because I'll get sidetracked. I'll get sidetracked and then forget what I'm doing. But I want to see if there's a way to add a background to the text box. I think that there is. I'm almost positive there is. Just so that way it's got like maybe a light gray or something. To make it a little bit more legible, because yeah, on this background I realized that it's less than ideal. You know what, why aren't we using our nice drivers? There we go. Let's use these guys. Yeah, these are way nicer. Yeah, I need to do that though, absolutely. Super easy to put a background and tune it opacity right now, OBS. Is it though because I'm running this text box through Stream Elements, I'll try it really quick. Let's see. So this is our chat box. And I feel like I need to do it through Stream Elements defaults because it's a I'm almost positive that I can't do it through OBS. I think I can add like a separate rectangle not associated with the chat box, but if I want to actually modify the chat box, I need to do it in Stream Elements. Let's see. Overlays, chat 2023. Okay, let's see. Style, opacity, rotation, word spacing. Secondary text shadow, stroke, text stroke? No, that's the outline. We can add a text stroke if we want, like, let's see. Ooh, that feels hard to read. see if this does it. I think I need to refresh chat now. Is that any better? There's a slight, black stroke around the text. Like, we're talking real small, because if I go bigger, it starts to eat into the white and then makes it hard to read on anything. I think this looks a little bit better. I don't know though. Someone else let me know. Hey Tiago, happy Wednesday. What drivers are those? These are Wera drivers. They're awesome. I highly recommend these. They are definitely not cheap as far as drivers go, but with how often I'm using drivers, I got really tired of the cheap, like, freebie ones that came with all the 3D printers. So they're just really, really good. Okay, this is better. Sweet. Cool. Thank you. That was easy enough. Thank you for the poke, because it's been requested a few times and I'm always like, yeah, I'll do it. And then every week passes by and it never happens. So okay, let's insert the rest of these guys. Yeah, I had a coworker recommend these drivers maybe a year ago, and then I watched the I always ask and always forget, so sorry whoever reminds me every time. The YouTube channel where all he does is just test tools. It's just tool testing, very objectively, where he basically, you know, has a bunch of different tools of the same type, goes through the same task, and then reports back the results on a graph. Like, he tested these out, and after seeing that too, I was like, yeah, okay, these are awesome. I need to get a pair. Sometimes in Lisboa, but most of the time, Porto. Hey, what's up, Pushing Plastics? Happy Wednesday. Nazo, how's it going? It's going pretty good here. I was just saying that my aunt and my cousin are flying in on Friday from Illinois, which I'm super excited about. They're going to be hanging out with us, helping watch Jackson, and then we're going to go. We're not going to do a whole lot. I think we're going to go on a hike one day, probably pretty mild, because we tried hiking. I think I mentioned it. We tried hiking with Jackson like a week or two ago, and boy, was it. It showed me how out of shape I was. We haven't hiked in a long time, and there was incline instantly, and having this 14-pound baby strapped to my chest, like, I was instantly sweaty and upset. It's rough. So we won't do anything crazy, but like some kind of a little hike, and there's at least one restaurant that I want to take them to that they don't eat dark meat, they eat fish and chicken, and this place has this like really, really good, it's a seared ahi salad. It's really, really good. And then they have it's a salmon Caesar salad that's also really delicious. Usually Aaron will order one of the salads, and they have a bison burger, super like spicy, really good flavor, and we'll split them in half, and I'll have half of the salad and half the burger. I realize anytime I talk about food, I sort of linger a little bit longer on the food than maybe anybody asked for. Okay, so 32, and so we're gonna insert the pulley onto these 60mm shafts, and then I'm just gonna tighten down one of the set screws so that this is not able to rotate off the flat portion of the shaft. This is the 300mm version. I don't do a lot of big printing, and 300mm is honestly overkill it's probably overkill, but yeah, I couldn't justify the 350. I couldn't justify the 350 version. I just don't have the space for it. Man, I don't know why it's slipping. Usually this grips really well. Yeah, how are you doing, Azo? Okay, so this should still be loose enough that we can slide it, but it can't rotate left and right off of that flat spot, which is what we want. And now we're gonna try to get this at 33mm. What's the easiest way to do this? Should we go? I think this is the easiest way to do it. So we're gonna use this portion of the calipers. So I'll put the post up against here, and then the pulley up against the top, and try to slowly tighten it down. I'm actually going to use, I know it said not to use the ball end, but I'm going to use the ball end just to get it so it can't slide, and then we'll take it off. Okay. Cool, should be good. Looks perfect, and we're still at, what is 33 is what we wanted? Yeah, 33, cool, so we just need to rinse and repeat that. On the 350, you will need backers to avoid the drift. Yeah, I've heard that too. Like, usually, are they titanium backers? The backers look pretty cool. I will say they look sweet. I mentioned before, but like, although this is the first big Voron build I've done, it's been something I've wanted to do for a long time. It just, there's always some other project going on or something like that. So I've been, you know, very heavily watching other people's builds. I used to fairly often just go into the Voron Discord and just browse the showcase channel late at night, just because I love seeing other people's builds, both just the color schemes and what kind of mods they went with, and just there's some really creative takes on, you know, building with essentially the same machine, but, you know, with their own flavors as far as mods and hot ends and extruders and stuff like that. I'm doing great. I'm reaching the end of my master's degree, first year. Wow, that's a huge accomplishment. Congratulations, man. Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure that feels good. Hopefully you get a little bit of a break before the next year. Don't backers lower your accelerations? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that. I think the backers are mostly on the y-axis, right? And they sort of reinforce the extrusions. So I don't know that they would affect motion, really. I think they're primarily just add rigidity. But I don't know if there's one backer that goes on the x-axis. I thought they were just a y-axis thing. But again, I'm not entirely sure. So someone else could probably chime in. All right, come on, guy. Oh, he's twisting. There we go. What are you going for, Nizo? All right, should prevent it from sliding. Tighten it down. All right, 2 of them. It is really pouring outside, which is wild. It was such a beautiful sunny day this morning. I was out in the garage earlier playing around with the lasers, and it was a beautiful sunny day. And then, like I said, when I went out to see if Aaron needed help with Jackson, I was like, what the? It's just completely gray and coming down on her. Felt really bad. You can do both X and Y backers. The X backers will increase weight and theoretically lower. Okay, gotcha. Probably not to any actual amount that matters. I think that I've primarily seen it on Y. What, out of anyone here that's got 2.4s, or I guess even tried, but primarily 2.4s, what are the mods that you think are the most, like, useful, valuable ones? The main ones I've seen are, some of the ones that are already done on here, so like Nevermore, Clipper Screen, not Clicky, Tap. But when it comes to more obscure ones, like I've seen 5015 fans being put underneath the heated bed to help with warming the chamber. Is that something like that is pretty common? Is that not many people are doing that? I'm just curious if there's any that I maybe should consider. You know, again, once we get this build done. Nevermore backers. But you said backers only on 350, right? So not on the 300. Tap. Everyone's saying tap. Cyborg did send a tap kit, so we technically do have a, okay, hold on, let me loosen this one more time. Yeah, my original train of thought was to do the 2.4 with Clicky as is, and then if we jump into building the Trident after this, since Cyborg sent over the tap kit, and it's going to be a Cyborg Trident, that we would try it out there, and if we end up liking Tath, or if like I felt like, yeah, this is substantially better than Clicky, then we would convert the 2.4. If so, infrared shaper, filament sensor. I've got 250 fans on my bed. Does help with chamber temps. LS bed fan mod with JST extender PCB. Including micro engineering. Oh, nice. And robotics in Switzerland with a minor in photonics. So anything optics related. That is awesome. Where are you from? Are you studying abroad? Are you from the States, or where are you from? Bed fans plus filter mod. Nevermore is popular, but the filter is better. Okay. Have you seen the bento? Have you seen the bento box filter mod? I don't know if it's a new thing or not, but I saw someone on Twitter post it. It looked awesome. Does 350 really need backers? I don't. I'll let everyone else speak on it because I don't really know. Yeah, Nevermore it does definitely come with. The Rama Llama front idler mods? Interesting. Nozzle brush? I think this comes with a nozzle brush. I don't know if it comes with a bucket, but that's really good to know. You're saying especially essential for tap, right? Like I could see that being something necessary. Also, I want to do the panels, the snap panels. That seems like one that I've seen that seems really handy to me. Do the pin mod in Rama idlers. I've never heard of the Rama idler ones. Tap is questionable with brush and purge mod since to move the tool head forward. Oh, tap is questionable with brush and purge mod. Since to move the tool head forward a tiny bit. Interesting. Achievement Force is a 250 spec. I haven't seen the note go from... I didn't even know... So 2.4s do have a 250 variant? Maybe that's what I saw in here. I thought for some reason 300 was the standard, and then 350 was the bigger one, and that was the extent of what kind of existed. I didn't realize there was 250 variant. I would imagine that's a super stiff frame. I'm actually from Switzerland. Oh, nice. One of my coworkers just moved to Switzerland. My godmother actually lives in Switzerland. I couldn't tell you what part, but she has a house that's on this island where there's no cars, and I haven't been there since I was 13, but you have to basically park your car somewhere else on the big island, and then you take a ferry over, and then everyone just like walks/bikes. I can find out the name of it. I'll try to text my mom. She's actually going to Sweden to visit her family. Some of my mom's from Sweden. She's leaving in I think 12 days for a couple of weeks. She's gonna renew. She's got her dual citizenship, so she needs to go do like her passport stuff, and then she wants to hang out with my mormor or grandma. She's getting older. She has a lot of heart problems, and so she can't travel to the States anymore, which sucks. So, okay, here we go. I know that coworker. I bet you do, especially if you hang out on calls. Yeah, he posted a photo. He posted a photo of his office. Oops, from Switzerland a couple days ago, and I was like, wow, life must be tough. It must be rough, man. It's a beautiful country. Anyone use 3D Chameleon? I haven't used Chameleon at all. I know that a lot of people seem to like it. All Voron manuals are 250. Okay, good to know. LDO doesn't sell a 250 though, right? Like they only have 300 and 350 as far as I know. Because I might have opted for a 250 if there was. If you will have the printer inside the house, Nevermore is a must. Also be aware of the type of charcoal you put. Yeah, I've got official Nevermore charcoal, which hopefully is the right stuff. I need to get better with that. I mean, I've been a lot more of a do as I say, not as I do, as far as some safety stuff. But now that we've got a kiddo, I really want to make sure that I'm using filters and just being as careful as I can. Most of the ABS printing does happen outside, but I do use the P1P a fair bit for last minute ABS parts. But like the X1 lives in the garage, and that's where currently the majority of ABS printing is done. I need this one. 250. Oh, okay. They have a Trident kit. That's right. I did see someone post about that. I think the 250 is what I'm supposed to be getting from Cyborg. So they'd asked, and I always ask for smaller. I always ask for the smaller versions of the printers, just because again, space. I get it. Like if if you're like a cosplay person, if you're doing product development, you're an engineer, and like, sure, you don't know what you're gonna need, but like, after printing for so many years, like, I know that I don't print big. The only reason I ever print big is like for the sake of it, because I can, or like I need to test out a printer's max volume, but I never need to for any of like the functional stuff I use around the house. It just doesn't happen. You have a baby now, you need to clean your air. Yeah, I agree. Gotta go again. All right, John, well, thanks for coming back. I don't know if you have a meeting or not, but maybe we'll see you again. COV sensor in the room. Yeah, I should do that. I know Amazon sells some kind of an air sensor, and I know there's a purple, is it purple air? They have like I think it's like 150 bucks, but it does a really good job of sensing VOCs. I've been wanting to get one to know, but two, to do some testing with like how much these filters are actually doing or not doing. Oh, pick up kids from school? Gotcha, okay. Then I have work meetings till 8. Jeez, okay. Well, maybe we won't see you again today. Good luck with the meetings, and have a great night. Okay, let's continue on. We got this done. Okay, so we need bearings. We need our GT282, which are all gonna be. Let's take out all 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I think we need these belts in a second here. We need these bearings and then shims, and I think that's it. Do these have? Oh, interesting. Okay, so one more French fry. We've been good. We made some progress here. Does anybody have any experience with an actual sensor that can detect like small particles? Because I know that 3D printing stuff is like really small, like really small, and most filters don't do anything with them. And I don't even know if they can detect them, but if there is one, I'd be really curious. Again, I've been really close to buying either the Amazon or the Purple Air one to do some testing and video stuff on. Just curious to see again, like, it's interesting. Like, it's a topic that people have talked about on and off over the years, and like people don't like to talk about it, but like it's, the more we know, the better we can like prepare or be safe and, you know, practice safe printing or whatever, you know. So I think that knowing is a good thing. Just the data I've seen has been sort of all over the place. Okay, it looks like we need to, wait a minute. Yeah. So we're using the exact same. It almost looks like these guys use longer set screws. I didn't see any longer set screws. I'm assuming they're just using the same as the other ones, and you just keep pushing them through. Yeah, let's try that. Let's see. Will you make a review video for your different Voron printers? I feel like there's so much to show about these. I personally have a V0, but I don't know which to get. I believe the Trident or the V2.4. I feel like there's content out there. I mean, I don't want to say no, because I'm not saying that I won't do that. I feel like it's a pretty big task. Like, I'm trying to think in my head of like how I would be able to do that in a format that would be like okay to follow. I know that most that I've talked to that, is this right? Is this right? That I'm supposed to use the same M4x4 set screws? Kind of feels wrong, but maybe it's not. No, it's tightening. I can't see why this wouldn't work. Gosh, what was I? Yeah, so I've talked to quite a few people that, like, both on Voron team and just people that have been around Voron for way longer than I have, and have, you know, multiples of each of the like 2.4s and Tridents and such. And most of the people I've talked to
almost all say that the Trident's a better machine. And when they say that, it's usually because they're like, the reasons is it's built better, like, or built, maybe better is not the right word, like easier build. Things are like, certain things are more efficient, but like there's not a loss of quality or speed. If anything, like it might be even more rigid. I like, there's a lot to go into on this. I can definitely give my perspective on it once I've built a Trident. But from the people I've talked to, again, like most of them say if you're strictly looking for like a workhorse performance printer, build a Trident. Like that's what almost everybody is saying. Both that it's a less complicated build, it works really well. There's like, so I think someone even told me like you can push quicker speeds on it potentially because of the way the frame is all set up. But yeah, I mean, if I build it, when I build it, I can talk at least about what my experience is like from a building standpoint and sort of initial impressions. But I think that there's definitely going to be some people out there that would be better to make that based off of them having used those machines for a long time and having multiples of them. For me personally, like the 2.4, I don't think the Trident was out when I first built my first V0, and I always thought that the stationary bed and the flying gantry was a super cool design. So regardless, I knew that I wanted to build a 2.4. Like if I had the choice between a 2.4 and a Trident, I'm building the 2.4, which is why I picked this over a Trident. I had the option to go with the Trident instead of this, but I was like, no, I really want to do a 2.4. So, oh man, I just started ranting and then stopped reading things. One thing Nevermore does is expose whether you got real stainless screws or not, because those non-stainless go bad really quick with activated carbon. I think I've heard that. They'll rust, right? They'll start rusting. That's for Raspberry Pi, pick up 3D printing VOCs. SGP, interesting. Take with a grain of salt, but charcoal is rather good absorbent. It used several applications to absorb impurities. Okay. Fixed gantry is more stable, but I've heard measured particles. I've never measured particles in my house, but odor goes away, that's for sure. 2.4 is engineering. For engineering's sake, Trident is simpler and less to go wrong. Yeah, that sounds about right, from my understanding as well. 2.4 was a small scale design for the Voron 2.4. It's fixed gantry versus fixed bed. Both have pros and cons. Yeah, I think that, I mean, honestly, I think that both of them will be beasts of machines. Having 4 lead screws for the bed setup seems kind of a little bit, wait up. Let me make sure I didn't put a set screw. Well, am I putting 2 set screws? Let's see. I think I put a set screw in the same hole. I already put a set screw. Of course I did, yeah. Yeah, again, I think the 2.4 is a really rad printer, and I love the flying gantry design, but from a practical standpoint, I'm sure that it's a little bit overcomplicated for kind of the coolness factor or the sake of it, but I still think the stationary bed is really, really cool. There is downsides though, right, to like the stationary bed, especially if you're doing things like auxiliary cooling, because with a drop-down bed, the nozzle stays at the same height, so you can always be blowing air across where the nozzle's, you know, hitting, sort of like on the Bamboo, while a stationary one, your part's growing, so it's not going to be hitting the part once it gets beyond a certain area. So you would either need it to lift with it or do a different type of air mod like the CPAP, or have it so that the auxiliary fan is on the gantry of sorts. I'd like to see a 250 V2 kit, but there is the Micron at 180. Yeah. The Micron at 180 seems like a pretty cool midpoint. Okay. Like hit the screws in these guys. Are you doing the Micron Plus or the 180 variant, or are you doing the smaller 120 variant? Just make sure I didn't put set screws in either of these. Nope. No, okay. This is not super fun on the hands. Micron gang, same as Aaron Micron. Okay, Micron Plus. Yeah, I think that the I like the mini, or not the mini, the V0. I can't. It's it's really frustrating when you put the set screws in these. You can't actually see it really well since I don't have it sticking out, so it's hard to tell. Let me get this one started. Like, I like the V0 or V0.2 120mm build plate. It's great for a lot of things, but I think that that larger size of either 160 or you said 180, I think, is probably a better range if it's going to be someone's primary printer. I think it's just a little bit healthier of a, maybe not healthier, but you know, a little bit happier of a range. It also lets you batch out things more so if you need to. I just pre-ordered a Rook. I'm coming from Rico. I think it'll be my first printer. It'll be my first print on the Tri-Date when I finish. Nice, that's awesome. Yeah, I might end up. We'll see. If Fabrico reaches out and wants to have me build a kit, I would definitely be interested. If not, I might just try to self-source. I've got quite a lot of printer parts just kind of laying around, from like boards to power supplies to extruders, kind of hot ends. I got some things, so I'm kind of thinking that it would be cool to use up some of those things on a build. I think the SolidWorks, I'm finding the SolidWorks better consolidated. Micron has a lot of mods for it. Like, you mean mods during the main build, or hard to choose sometimes, or some items? Interesting. The SolidWorks looks gorgeous. I've only seen Speedies in person, but it's a really nice machine. Nice says, I got an idea. I want to build an open source AMS. I would love for somebody to take the concept of the AMS and open source it. Make it Clipper, like, picture this, an AMS that's running on Clipper. It's got its own little MCU board that, you know, one wire plugs in and you've got controlling it from a Raspberry Pi or whatever Linux device you're running. And all of the different things are just controlled via macros. So when you have a, you know, spool one change, it runs that macro, which rotates that spool. I honestly don't think it would be that hard for the right person. Some of the additional stuff like sensors, maybe that would be tough and maybe wouldn't even be necessary for the hobbyist one, but like, I can't remember, I haven't torn apart the AMS because I haven't done the Hydra, but I know that there's some mechanism inside that's able to switch between which gear or which spool is being pulled. And I can't remember if it's a servo mechanism or what's the actual like distinguishing mechanism, because they don't independently have their own motors. I believe it's one singular motor that runs across all of them, but there's a clamping mechanism of sorts or pulling mechanism that's able to choose between which slot needs to be grabbed. That's the part that I think is the complicated part. Yuri is working on SolidWorks 1.1 update, but it's, oh nice, that's cool. I didn't know that. I'm doing a Rook salvage build right now. Check out Goldsuffer's rod mod. Nice. The kit wasn't bad, $300. I may have a good bit of parts. Also, it's easier to, yeah, kits are really nice. I agree. From the little bit I've self-sourced, kits are very, very nice. Okay, 2 encoders and a small motor. No, so the biggest difficulty with most MMUs isn't necessarily the actual like loading and unloading. Well, yeah, no, it is. It's the buffer system. So like when it loads in the filament, you've got this you know, this extruded amount of filament that's in a Bowden tube of sorts, and it needs to go backwards. And if you're not physically rolling the spool backwards, you get this coil that can tangle or do all sorts of crazy stuff. And so I think that the cabbage patch, that's not right, carrot patch, uses sort of like a spring mechanism. It's a printed spring mechanism that you sort of load, and then as it unloads, that spring mechanism is able to grab that filament. But it's still added bulk, added space, and I haven't used them, so I can't say how well they work, but I can say that the AMS works really well. So having it it makes it way more compact. So yeah, once the RCF is calibrated, it's awesome. Yeah, I'm excited for that. Isn't it the RCF? Rep cord buffer. Isn't the rep cord buffer, I thought the rep cord buffer was basically, I thought it was basically the carrot patch. Like, I thought it was just a slightly different version. Pika buffer. I haven't heard of that. It'll be interesting how it works. Yeah, the buffer is an interesting problem because, again, the reason why it works with the AMS is that there's communication between their spool loading system, and it's like that closed ecosystem works really well because they have such control over everything. I think it'll only be a matter of time before there's something either like the AMS or just some sort of hybrid that makes its way over into more of the DIY realm. Care Patch has no spring. Oh, Care Patch doesn't have a spring. Okay. Yeah, I thought that the Repcord one was really similar to that. So, okay. Let's. Damn it! I'm doing a terrible job today of getting things done. All right, so we are doing shim. So we're using precision shims for everything. M3, M5. Where are they? Not that I had them. M3 by 30, M3 by 30, M5 not button head, pocket head, shim. M5 shims. There we go. Okay, so shims is the last thing that we need. Okay, so we've got this. And we are going 2 shims, 1 shim. It's kind of a tighter fit than I was expecting. 2 oh, that is not a shim. That's right, we have 2 in here. Or no, these are shim. I don't know what those are. We're gonna use the gold shims. Okay, so 2 shims. And then I'm gonna also turn off, let me turn off autofocus because I'm gonna be working on this part for a little bit. Let's see, hand is here. Yeah, that looks about right. Have you seen the 100 printer, similar to the Rook, but 165 printer print? I think I have. It was inspired by the Rook though, right? I remember like late night, one night on YouTube, it came up in my recommended after I'd been watching a bunch of Rook stuff. I'm pretty positive. I think that he got it to go faster than the Rook, right? Like I remember there was some accomplishment that he did that was like pretty nutty. It's been a while and it was late at night, so my brain only remembers so much of it, but I think that's probably the printer that you're referencing. Wait, these are not the right bearings. We need 625s, and these are 695s. There we go. 100K XL was what it was named after. Oh my god. Maybe that's not. I'll have to look. I don't know if that's the one. It sounds nuttier than the one I remember seeing. Okay, so a bearing. A little bit tight. That's fine. One more shim. We got one of these guys, and it looks like the wider portion faces inward. Okay, so I've clearly tightened this too tight. Okay. Okay, so we need to clamp this down, and then we're going to do the same thing. We're going to tighten down one of the set screws so that's on the flat portion of the shaft. Let's see, like this. Oh, let me actually verify that it is. Doesn't seem like there's any called out measurement for these, so I'm assuming that I'm supposed to just sandwich this part to the idler, so it's a tight fit. That's me assuming. It looks like it based off the image I'm seeing here. Compare your assembled part to the graphics shown below. Okay, so let's tighten the other one. Yeah, that seems right. Okay, so we can compare our part to that. We've got, we need to add, I guess, 2 more bearings, right? 1 bearing on the outside, 1 bearing on the inside. So let's do that really quick. Same bearings, so 1 goes here. The shaft on this is a little tough. There we go. Okay, so 1 on the end here, and then 1 on the other end. There we go. Okay, so this looks right. Let's compare it though. So we've got bearing, looks like a little bit of space. And then we've got idler, we've got precision shim, bearing, shim, big pulley, and bearing. So yeah, it looks right. Okay, belt goes around it. We've got our belt loops, and these are 188 millimeters. Yep. Like so. Okay, so we're gonna take this printed part. It looks like am I doing this right? Okay, so it looks right. Check shaft. Interesting. Seems a little bit short. Oh wait, okay, there we go. No, that's fine. I just had to move that. Okay. Cool, so the bearings just sit basically inside the pockets. So that one there, and this one I had to move ever so slightly. I imagine it's not gonna be an issue, but the motor, let me see here. The shaft on this side doesn't fully go flush, but I don't see how that would be an issue unless maybe it would be from any pressure being put down. Like this side's perfectly flush. I don't see, so there's no way it can be flush on both sides, because if it was flush on this side, then the other side wouldn't be flush. So hopefully this isn't an issue. I mean, it spins really nicely. I'm sure it's gonna be fine, but that is just something I noticed. It's not flush on both sides. Okay, so belt, check shaft position, compare the assembled parts. Yeah, this looks right. Center. Yeah, center's correct. Yeah, center is the only point that I can't adjust since we tightened this to this. And I don't think there's any gap. I didn't see any measurement of a gap between this. No. Yeah, we'll roll with it. Not enough load on those bearings to matter. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Cool, so now we're gonna put, let's make sure that our belt's still in place. Like this. Oh. Drop this guy on top. Where are we not? Go. It's radial load, so it should be fine. Okay, cool. The printed part will center the bearing. It should spin freely. Yeah, it does spin. It definitely spins freely. Okay, cool. So machine M340 socket heads, and I guess the belt doesn't really matter how it's, as long as it's in there. But it does help to hold this since it's sticking out there. You can't really do either way. M340 socket head, M340. There we go. I hear Jackson yelling in the living room. like he doesn't sound like he's mad. He just kind of sounds like he's talking. Okay, maybe he's mad. He's been making a lot more sounds. I wish you could see this a little better. Use an electric screwdriver. I have the Wow stick, but it kind of sucks. I don't use it hardly ever. It's just not powerful. I might need to get a more aggressive one. All right. So next we need accent piece. I love the Bosch 2 Go one. Yeah, even if I don't get one now, I'll probably get one at some point. Maybe for my birthday. It's still a ways away. It's not until September, but maybe that'll be my justification to buy one. I have the XO from Bosch. Really nice. Okay, so Bosch clearly makes good ones. And then ES15. Are they all, everyone that's recommending ones, the Bosch and the ES, they're all cordless, right? Or what, wireless? Okay, M5 nut. Fits great. And then M3x8s, which I think are these ones. I like my ES12, but would rather have an ES15 like Steve builds. ES15 is it, what's the difference between the ES126 and the 15? Bosch is cordless. Bosch is a German company. You know it's good. Or use that Kia one, $10, a lot of torque. Okay, so this is going on this side. It must be going on this side. And I lost my nut. What is that nut for? It's kind of tricky that okay, there we go. More power, gotcha. There's a left and right version of the red pieces. Yeah, I did see that. I thank you. I did see that there was a left and right. This is definitely the right one. It's just that, like, I guess like there's that nut that's kind of pocketed into place, but it's just loosely sat in place, and I was sliding it from the wrong way, which kept causing it to pop out. I think I got it now. For the feet when you install. Oh, gotcha. Yep, that makes sense. Just for I can see the shape of it now, where the rubber foot's gonna go. I have to leave as it's getting late. See you next stream and have fun. And you hike with a burger at the end. I don't know if it'll be the same day, Nazo, but thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Again, I'm super excited to see my family and have them meet baby Jack. So I appreciate it, and hopefully I'll see you next week, man. Have a great week. Congrats again on finishing your first year of your PhD program. Oh, my hands feel slippery. I don't think eating Chick-fil-A and then building was the move. Okay. All right, so now we need to grab a stepper motor. And we need another, this is a GT216, GT220, GT220, GT216. I think my game plan, because it's getting up to like 3.5 hours, we'll probably finish this one Z or like foot, and then I'll probably call the stream so I can take a break, hang out there for a bit, and then I will do the other 4 tonight since they're the exact same thing, or just rinsing and repeating. That way, we're not watching me for another hour, you know, hour and some change, just doing this exact same part. And the next week we'll start with the next part, which is going to be, let's see, we're skipping the bed. What is after? Is it the, I think it's the top frame, I think is what we're gonna be starting on next. But yeah, at least if we cover one part of each segment on stream, I don't mind doing the other, you know, repeat versions of it off stream to sort of expedite things. Okay, so we want a 10 point. We want threads going downward. There we go. Okay, so it's tight enough now that the motor shaft is rotating, but we can still move it. We're going to use our jig. It looks like we need Z, and A should be facing upwards. So it looks like like that. Basically flush, almost exactly, a little bit closer forward. Almost exactly flush with the top. Maybe a little bit beyond it. Let's tighten this down. Okay. I'm just gonna verify it. So roughly 10.27. Let's see. From the top. Let's make sure this is still, yeah. So this is 10.7 is what it says. And I'm showing a little bit less than that. Roughly 10.1. Showing like 10.1 and it says it needs to be 10.7, but it's within a millimeter. We're gonna leave it. Every time I build a printer with alcohol, I regret it. Oh man, I do not like having any drinks and then building stuff. When I was first doing like some electronic stuff with Xboxes, I was in my younger 20s, and so I was hanging out and drinking a bit more. And nothing good ever came from trying to build something after having a couple drinks. Yeah, also because like I'm always taking mental notes of things I want to talk about and just like taking it all in. I really like having focus, so I'll only have a drink usually with Aaron after I'm done. Like I'm not doing any of the work for the night. Depending on your motors, you may find that the pulley sits better in the opposite orientation. It's the place of the actual teeth. Okay.
Okay, so the next thing we need to do is for the motor orientation, I remember it said to check the electronics. So here it shows it coming out the left side, basically if you mount it like this, but here it said follow the Z-step orientation according to the wiring guide. So let's see. In our guide, the orientation of these step motors are slightly different from the official. The motor should be installed in a way so the connector faces outwards towards the skirts. Okay. So, interesting. So if this is like this, and this is the arm, and it looks like it's the complete opposite direction. So instead of it pointing towards the left, it needs to go towards the right. If I'm correct. No. Yes. Yeah, interesting. Okay. So yeah, it looks like the official instructions have it going towards the left in the image, but according to LDO, for this, they want it to go towards the skirts, which would put it towards the right. So we'll do that. We'll install it towards the opposite direction. I'll triple check that probably on all of the other parts later on to verify that it's not just, like that they all need to go towards the right. And then it wants us to use M3/8 socket heads, so the same thing we've been using over and over. Two of my nozzle LED wires just came off. Nozzle LED wire came off while pulling the tool head back. Nozzle LED wires? What are nozzle? You mean just like a tool head LEDs? Ryan says that's correct. Is it towards the right for all of them? LDO wiring is a little cleaner because of the 180 wiring rotation. Nice. Okay. So is it that way for all of them then? Just do the opposite. So if it's towards left, go right. If it's towards right, it's left on these 4 motors. Gotcha. Sorry, Cookie. Hopefully you can repair it. I can check mine. Okay. If not, no worries. Like if it's not easily there, don't worry about it. I'll look through all of the electronics images later and see if I can see the direction. I'm sure there's some more photos of it, but if you got it right there, I'll definitely take some info. Orientation, cool. Oh, interesting. So these don't even get installed. Gotcha. This is different than I was expecting. Let's see. Let's flip this. Whoa. Okay, so this is saying for the first one, it's going front left, which would be front and right upside down. Oh, great. I also lost, one of my panel, the deck panel clip things that we put on. I printed a couple extra, so I don't know where it went. Is drinking not part of the build? Water, I stay hydrated, maybe coffee. But yeah, I there's no way. Like, there's just no way. I get weight. Later, guys. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Lewis. The motor should be installed in a way so that the connector faces outward towards the skirts. Yeah, okay. All right, so we've got this flipped over. Now we need M5 T-nuts.
You guys definitely can't see what's happening. I don't know if even if I move this, you'll really be able to see what's happening, but maybe. Oh yeah, you totally can. Cool. Let's zoom out a little bit. There we go. Okay, so hole is going towards. Let's see. Orientation of wiring can make a difference when it comes to a cleaner look electronics bay and giving them more professional look. Yeah, I agree. Clean electronics makes the entire thing look nicer. And like just less hacky. My goal is to do a good job with wiring. I'll probably do a decent job for the sake of the review, because we're gonna be changing out some parts. So I don't know like how short all wires will need to be till later on. But yeah, I agree. Wiring makes a huge difference. Which corner is this? We highlighted the corner. Yep. So back, front, right, upside down assembly. So M540s, which are U2. And then we want, so which direction is this going? Okay, I'm assuming it's going like this. This seems right. Yeah, it has to be right. It aligns with the hole in the corner. And then hole, a screw goes through here. Screw goes through here. And then we grab you. Wait, that can't be right. Oh, I'm goofing. Yeah. I used M3. I was gonna say I put M5. I put M5 T-nuts. I was using M340s. Okay, so M540s, 540s. There we go. I was like, this doesn't seem right. Not a lot. We're basically done with one of the legs, or one of the Z motor assemblies. I don't exactly know their names, but we're gonna get this installed, and then I'm gonna call it, and I'm gonna finish up the other three off stream because I'll go quicker, and that way we're done for next stream. We can just continue on. Cool. Okay. So we're gonna keep these loose. Gantry belts. Okay, so you guys are the close part of my pain. Running belts is such a pain. Yeah. I remember I was talking to Steve about the Micron build, and like one of the trickier parts was, especially the Micron, with how compact everything is. So we'll see how it goes on here. Okay, so for this we want M5 by 10 button heads. M5 by 10 button heads right here. Leave the bolt loose for the next step. This looks like only one M5 by 10 button head. You know what? I think I need to. There we go. Okay. Put the belt around it. Wait, where did? Oh yeah. Okay. Something feels kind of off, but we'll see if it is. Can't find the driver. We'll use this one. Okay. What is, oh, okay, yeah, that's right. We don't want to put the other one in until there's like a little latch thing. I looked ahead. They're upside down. Wait. This is right, right? Oh, wait. Those panel support cable ties are the wrong way in. They should be pressing against the panel. Oh. Gotcha. So you're saying, like, they're too loose, so put them in this way. And then turn them like that, so that the panel has a gap in it like this? So there's this gap? That's why I didn't do it that way, was I assumed that there wasn't supposed to be a gap like this. Maybe you printed the wrong size. I clicked on the ones from, like the ones that it linked me to in the LDO docs or whatever, the 4mm. You print the 3mm, not the 4mm. Interesting. Let me see. It says 4mm. Deck support 4mm. Oh, you're saying I need to print a 3mm? Okay, so I printed the wrong size. It's weird because in the LDO docs, it says to print the 4mm. I'm pretty sure I like double checked it. The LDO deck panels has a 4mm thickness, so use the 4mm instead of its 3mm. Weird. I wonder if they changed their deck panels then. Yeah, I did use I did do the 4mm ones because that's what it said. Odd. Yeah, I will print one out. Are you saying though that basically the reason why you saw that there was an issue, one second, was because this shouldn't be sticking beyond this frame? Is that why? Because to me, this does support it, like this. I use the Wild E deck panel clips. So, nice, it's not supposed to go above this. Oh, so they are correct then. But if I go the other way, again, it's not right either. Because it pushes the panel out. You have a huge, like, it's way too much pressure. Gotcha. So it seems like the issue then is, again, that they need to be smaller. Like, this is the wrong way, and the other way is putting too much pressure. So I'll print out, measure your panel. Yeah, I guess that's a good idea. There we go. Damn it, I don't have an easy... Here we go. I don't have an easy way to get the calipers. I guess I could grab a different panel. I'm assuming they're from the same, probably from the same batch. Four millimeters. Yeah, these have to be, I'm assuming they're 4mm. The other one I just measured down there was 4mm. I doubt they'd give you a 3 and a 4. And I printed out the 4mm ones. So, no say. So maybe their notes are incorrect and you need the 3mm variant. Nope, I didn't mean to do that.
Weird. So it looks like the 4 mil should be correct. Like if we're looking at this, the 3 millimeter ones are even longer to give more pressure on there. I'm confused now. I don't know. The short side touches. Okay. Okay, so then the direction on these ones is correct, is what so the direction I have on these is correct. We're just saying that we think there should be a bit more, like they should be a bit tighter up against here. And if that's the case, then the 3 millimeter ones are the ones we want, although it says 8. Because if you look here, this side appears to be the same, which is the side sticking up in the air right now. This is the side looks slightly different. We have a tiny bit more room here, which would make it put more pressure up against here. So I don't know what changed with the kit or if they just had it marked down wrong, but you want the 3 millimeter panel clips, not the 4 millimeter, because I printed out the 4 millimeter ones and those are not tight enough. So, okay, well, it's okay. It's a really quick print. I will reprint those before the next stream. Thank you for catching that, whoever it was that caught that. Okay, slide into place, don't tighten, leave the bolt loose. Cool. Don't tighten, yep. All right, so now we need this little accent piece. It looks like, that's the wrong one. Oh, this is the right one. M5 by 10. Another one. Okay, so this goes underneath here. I don't know how well you can see that, but little arm slides underneath. And then we're gonna drop the M510 through the motor mount, through that arm. Hopefully into our T-nut. There we go. Okay, leave it loose. Leave the bolt loose for the next step. Close the belt tension. So we're just going to close this. Was I supposed to tighten? I haven't even tightened this guy. Was I supposed to tighten this guy? Yeah, something tells me I need to redo this, but I need to tighten. Yeah, I'm gonna undo this and tighten the actual, like this portion of it right here, because it's going out of alignment. You're like, it's not staying in perfectly straight. That's not the right. Yeah, I was leaving it loose for some reason, thinking that I needed to, but I don't. Now that I got to the next part, I'm like, ah! I don't think I was supposed to do that. Motor always loose while the Z drive is tightened. Yeah, the Z drive should be tight. You may need to put a flathead between the tensioner, Z drive to ensure it doesn't slack in the closed loop belt. Those hold tension against the belt, other side on the, wait. Hold tension against the belt. Oh, gotcha, okay. So, all right, now we should be able to close this up. This seems relatively aligned with the extrusion. Looks like there's a slight, I don't know if it's the part that's slightly warped. I think it's the extrusion, I don't know, but it's fine, we're gonna do it. So we'll close this. Now it's got tension. It's really cool, I really like that. Okay, close the arm. Tension, or tighten those bolts. Tighten these in place. Oh. I should have turned it like this initially, so we could see what the heck I'm doing. There we go. Okay, so arms in place, belt's tensioned.
tightening this down. Don't overdo it on the motor twist. Okay. I'm just gonna hand tighten it. Cool. Okay. Nice. Okay, so now the rubber foot, it said, where is the rubber foot? M5 by 16. It's probably in the closet. Let's see if I can get the closet open without bumping you guys. I don't know what box it would be in. Electronics, no. No. LDO belts, chains, and fans. Doesn't. Okay, well it was in there. I don't know why I opened that, but that's where it was. Okay. Wow. 516. Off to work, catch on the flip side. Hey, oh! I don't know what that was. Thank you for hanging out. Have a great day at work. The rest of these will go really quick. Like I said, I'll knock them out off stream tonight, and then it'll get us prepared for. There we go. It's plenty tight. It'll get us prepared for next week. Let's see, I think that's it on this, and then we rinse and repeat it. Check foot position, ensure that closing the belt tensioner did not cause the Z drive to move or slip. If so, undo the bolts and realign. Now we should be fine. Yeah, I mean it's right there. These are knockoff, like Bondus drivers. They're pretty inexpensive on Amazon. They work really well. I think they're super similar to the Wahoo ones. Okay, so now we just rinse and repeat. Build two other instructions. Yeah, and then okay, so Z idler we'll do next week. The Z idler, and then we're skipping the bed based off of what everyone has been saying, and we're going straight to AB motors. So I'll look through here and see if there's anything I need to prep, and then we will kick butt and hopefully get through AB motors and maybe start working on the next part. Probably start working on the next part. It just depends on how oh, maybe it is Weha. I think Weha is right. Any idea for 3D scanners? So, my experience with 3D scanners has been mostly from some years ago, and it was pretty much that unless you're spending like $7 grand, most of them weren't worth it. You can get inexpensive ones for a few $100s or up to like $700, but they're mostly for fun. Like you're trying to scan something and kind of get a replica of it. Even though there's some functional stuff you can do, like I've seen people scan their heads to get a general size and then use that to model like helmet stuff or whatever, like just scale it accordingly. So there's things you can do, but I've even seen somebody that was making custom cases for things, use a scanner to get the general shape, take it into CAD, and then make like a rough outline of it in CAD, and then make a case out of it. But yeah, for like true reverse engineering where like you can scan a thing and it's pretty damn close to just being good with a little bit of cleanup, like tolerance wise for most function applications, I haven't really seen it. I keep hoping that we're gonna see the tech trickle down. I think that a lot of it comes down to the like algorithm and the software, not the hardware. Like cameras are cameras, and like I think that the technology for the scanning isn't the issue. It's mostly on the software side of stitching like point clouds together, or oh god, why can't I think of what it's called when you take a bunch of images and you stitch them together. Somebody's in the commented. I can't think of what it's called, but yeah, I don't have a good recommendation. Nice. Most of them, again, like the ones that I've seen that are good are like some of the pricier Artec ones, but they're like $7,000. So unless you're telling me that you're going to go into the business of reverse engineering and scanning things for people, it's a hard justification for. No, I dropped some set screws. It's a hard justification for like a personal project. So yeah, I will use a photographic scanner. I think that I'm off to have kids. Hey, thanks for hanging out. So I tried the Revo Pop like 2 years ago. I think it was Gen 1, and the software was horrendous. I've heard it's gotten better, but after that, I haven't tested them since. So maybe I just don't feel comfortable recommending something based off of my experience without testing out the new stuff to be like, yeah, this gives my seal of approval. This is what I can vouch for it being able to do. Just from what I saw previously, it was very disappointing. So I've had a few scanning companies reach out to me. Like, I think the Creality Ferret was one. And then there was another company recently called The Mole. They had The Mole that I saw someone mention was just like a CR Lizard rebranded or something like that. Maybe I'll accept one of those just to kind of see what a $200 to $700 scanner does, somewhere in that range. It could be interesting. It's been some years since I played around with it, so software is quite good now. Okay, maybe I'll see if they were emailing me constantly, so maybe I can just find the latest email and say, hey, let's see what you guys have to offer. So anyways, on that note, we are going to end it. It is at the 4-hour mark, and feeling pretty tired. I just feel like I need to sit on my butt for a little bit and then come back and I'll knock out the other 4. Now that we've got one, it's always like doing the first one and then the rest of them, it's almost muscle memory. It should be really easy. Now that I know what I'm doing, I don't have to be so careful. Just the only real difference is that the motor plug needs to be facing towards the skirts for all the sides. So do an exact replica of one for here and then do 2 mirrored versions of it for the other sides, and then reprint out the panel clips, and we should be ready to rock and roll for next week. So thank you again, everybody, for hanging out. I know today was classic scatteredness. We didn't get nearly as much done as I thought we would, but bottom panel's on, DIN rails are on, Z rails are all Z rails are all mounted, and we've made some progress on the motor, and I'll get the other 3 done. So I hope everyone has a wonderful night, a day. Teza, I know it's daytime where you're at. Thank you everyone again for hanging out, chatting, providing feedback, support, all the memberships and donations. You guys are awesome. Today was nuts. There was a lot of gifted subs or gifted memberships, so thank you everybody. And yeah, I will see you guys next week. We'll kick some butt, and until then, have a wonderful week, everybody. Bye. Wish me luck later on. I'll be in here for some